Senate will come to order. All those not having privileges of the floor will please vacate the chamber. Those in the gallery and those on the floor will please rise as we're led in prayer by Bishop Joe Thomas of the Non-Denominational Fellowship Pentecostal Ministries in Charleston. Please remain standing after the prayer as the senator from Ohio leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Bishop Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're doing something different today. We're here to offer a Senate Bill 101. Prayer still works. May I explain the bill, Mr. President? This bill, if you pass it, will bring us together. This bill, Mr. President, if we pass it, there is no amendments because Jesus paid it all. For 10 years, I have walked the halls of this Senate, and some can witness that there was good days and bad days, but prayer still works. And I'm saying to every senator, male and female, if we adopt this bill, then we will find that the gun laws will come together. We'll find that the church and state can work because Jesus said that prayer still works. Mr. President, I urge the passage of this bill because prayer still works. On May 5th, I had a stroke. Sometime I forget, but prayer still works. My memory got killed on Friday. Her daughter is still living, but prayer still works. All I'm trying to get us to see, Mr. President, throughout this year, we have been in a revival. And now the revival is ending, but prayer still works. In Jesus' name, it works. Thank you, Mr. President.
Amen. Senator from Ohio.
Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Reading of the Journal.
West Virginia Legislature, Senate Journal, April 9th, 2021. The Senate met at 11:22 a.m. Senator Blair, Mr. President, in the chair.
Senator from Pleasants requests unanimous consent that further reading of the journal be dispensed with and the journal be approved. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Further reading of the journal is dispensed with and the journal is approved. Introduction of guest. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the Senate on this final day, it is your pleasure of mine to introduce our doc of the day. In the rear of the chamber, a good friend of the Senate is Dr. Tracy Hendershot from Parkersburg. If you wouldn't mind standing. Where's he at? Let's give him a warm welcome.
Are there further introductions? Senator from Greenbrier.
Thank you, Mr. President. If it's appropriate, unanimous consent that today's prayer be printed in the journal.
Without objection. Further introductions. Communications from the House.
The Clerk of the House announced that the House amended and passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 34, creating exemption to state sales and use tax for rental and leasing of equipment.
Message be received, Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 34.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 34. Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The bill pertains to an exemption to the state sales tax for the rental and leasing of equipment among corporations with at least 50% common ownership. The House amended the bill to make the language of this exemption identical to a similar exemption by adding to corporations, partnerships, or limited liability companies. The change does not impact the cost of the bill, which the tax department felt was minimal. The House also amended the title of the bill. I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? If not, question for the Senate: does the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 34? All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The question now is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective July 1, 2021. Request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the bill be made effective July the 1st, 2021, and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective July 1st, 2021. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
The House amended and passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 263, permitting online raffles to benefit charitable and public service organizations.
Message be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate amend the House amendment for Senate Bill 263.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the Senate amend the House amendments to Senate Bill 263. Does the clerk have an amendment?
Yes, sir. Senator Takubo moved to amend the House of Delegates amendment on page 7, section 15, line 2, by striking out the word 25.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House amendments increase the maximum of gross profits charitable bingo and raffles may keep. The Senate keeps the House premise and does some technical cleanup and a title amendment. I urge passage.
Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is adoption of the amendment to the House amendments to Senate Bill 263. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendment as amended.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 263 as amended. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is the Senate concur with the Senate, If not, the question before the Senate is the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 263 as amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The question now is on passage of the bill. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 32 yeas, 2 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
The senior senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 32 yeas, 2 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
The House amended and passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 318 relating generally to public notice of unclaimed property held by State Treasurer.
The message be received, senior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 318.
Senior senator from the 17th moves that the Senate concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 318. Is there discussion? Senior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The purpose of this bill is to modernize the method by which the Treasurer's Office informs owners of unclaimed property of their potential claims. The House amendment refers to newspaper publications listing unclaimed property owner names as a, quote, bulletin instead of a, quote, notice, and refers to the general advertisement that must be printed in the bulletin is not printed as a, quote, advertisement. It also, instead of phasing the newspaper publication requirement out, preserves the requirement but reduces the scope of the names that must be published. The amendment requires the treasurers to publish a bulletin no later than November 30th of each year, listing the names of the apparent owners of up to 15,000 properties recently paid or delivered to the administrator. This gives the treasurer more flexibility to make publication decisions based on budget and high priorities, such as safety deposit boxes. Finally, the amendment makes an exception to the requirement that the UP Bulletin be published in a particular county's newspaper upon a determination by the treasurer that the bulletin is not cost-effective method of promoting awareness of unclaimed property. The subsection sets out metrics for the cost-effectiveness determination. If the treasurer makes such a determination and does not publish the bulletin in the county, the treasurer must publish an advertisement in a newspaper in the county with general information about the unclaimed property program and instructions for accessing the online database or requesting information by phone or mail. I urge passage.
Further discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 318. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. Question now is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 23 yeas, 11 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected, and having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed, and the clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House. Senator from Raleigh.
Thank you, Mr. President. Request unanimous consent to return to the second order of business.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Proceed.
I would like to invite the Senate to welcome my family, my wife, and my daughter Rhonda, and son-in-law Donald, and Amelia and Gianna, granddaughters. They've been vacationing this week on spring break. The 3 adults are teachers, and the 2 young people are students. And they went to a no-income tax state. It didn't matter. And that no-income tax state, Tennessee, is higher than what we proposed. Just wanted to get that out there, Mr. President. Would you all please stand so we can welcome you?
Further communications from the House.
The House amended and passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 398, limiting eligibility of certain employers to participate in PEI plans.
Message be received, senior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate amend the House amendment.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the Senate... Senior Senator from the 17th, restate your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me re-clear that amendment. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 398.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the Senate concur in the House amendment to Senate Bill 398. Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The purpose of the bill is to narrow eligible participants in the Public Employees Insurance Agency. This bill would limit participation in the plan to state entities, county boards of education, and public charter schools, and all currently participating members would be grandfathered in as participants. No new non-state or non-school entities would be eligible following passage of this bill. The amendment did not change the intent of the bill. It rewrote a section of the bill for clarity. The changes were made in conjunction with PEIA. I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 398. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The question now is on the passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 27 yeas, 7 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
The Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 27 yeas, 7 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than two-thirds of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House amended the bill and title as it relates to committee substitute for Senate Bill 334, establishing license application process for needle exchange programs.
Message be received, Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate amend the House amendment.
The clerk has an amendment.
Yes, sir. Senator Maroney moved to amend the House of Delegates amendment on page 2, section 2.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House reported a strike and insert amendment that amended several portions of the bill. The bill added a criminal immunity in certain circumstances, civil immunity in certain circumstances, professional immunity in certain circumstances, requires the Bureau for Medical Services to amend its state plan. The Senate proposes to amend the House of Delegates amendment by adding a requirement for West Virginia identification, an effective date of January 1, 2022 for new and existing programs, and requiring that any existing provider not offering the full array of harm reduction services shall cease offering a needle exchange program. The amendment makes a change to the House of Delegates amendment regarding the type of documents submitted by the County Commission. I urge adoption.
Is there discussion? Senator from Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the majority leader yield, please?
Will the senator yield? The senator yields.
Again, I don't have the opportunity to see this in writing, but would you say that this makes it more restrictive or less restrictive for patients who use IV drugs to access harm reduction programs.
It depends on how you would try to define restrictive, Senator. It does make the programs more particular about who uses the programs.
So again, the syringes would be identified as West Virginia syringes, is that right, in some form or fashion?
The needles would be identified to the program from which the needles came from. So any particular organization or group that is providing a harm reduction program would be identified by their particular needles.
And the last part of that, it says something to the effect of you have to offer the full array of services, including recovery, STD testing, et cetera. Can that be farmed out? Can you work in conjunction with another entity that would allow that those services to be done?
It does, Senator. They can co-op with other organizations that, you know, as long as that an individual coming for the needle harm reduction program, they can be referred to a accompanying program that offers those.
Okay, thank you.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to speak briefly on this, the ID part, to answer some of the Senator Boone's from a restrictive standpoint, is more restrictive, and that's was always a point of contention between two different sides. I personally think that if you're on your, if we have these programs for the right reasons, you shouldn't be, having an ID and taking that first step and, having an identification card, whether it be a driver's license or something else for yourself, is maybe the first big step towards potential recovery. Now, the other thing that you asked, the wraparound services, to me, that's the most important part of this bill, period. These programs are not in existence to hand out needles and syringes and say, go ahead for the rest of your life. These programs are intended to hand out needles and syringes that are clean, that prevent all the diseases that we've talked about all session long, for a period of time, with the hopes of keeping those, I wouldn't call them patients, maybe clients, keeping those clients safe from disease until maybe a certain percentage of them can benefit from some of those wraparound services. Maybe a certain percentage of them can get into rehabilitation, maybe find employment, and that's the whole point. So if the wraparound services are not part of this bill, I would really question what we're doing with, and I'd urge adoption.
Some further discussion. Senior Senator from the 5th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to rise in support of this, but I'm also going to tell you that I want to get this behind us. And I want us to address one of the other things that I think is really one of the things that plagues the area that Senator Cabell and I represent, and that is what are termed as sober living homes. Now, I am a firm believer that we should be treating our own, and we should be doing everything we can to get someone on a recovery. However, I think that we have some issues that we need to address out there, and I feel certain that during this next interim session, we're going to be addressing this. So I want to put this and get through with the harm reduction and let us have something that we can live with for the future, that we know what we're doing, but let's get on to doing some other studies and come back with some recommendations that everybody on both sides of the aisle can look at and review and come up with a plan. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to rise in support of this also. There's a lot of discussion around this bill, and that some feel that maybe things are too restrictive, things are not restrictive enough. So whenever there is an outbreak of any disease or problem, you want to go to the epicenter, and many feel that West Virginia is the epicenter of this epidemic. And so there are things inside this bill that I think has a lot of high value, not only for West Virginia, but for the country. One of those things, for example, being the needles being marked by the program. Now, there are those that say that that makes it too restrictive. I would argue with that because I think it would answer a big question. And so there's needle litter everywhere. It's all over the country. This isn't an epidemic that's only in West Virginia. So this potential legislation has some benefit to answer some really big questions about does this contribute once and for all to needle litter, or does it not? And so what it gives us the opportunity not only to be able to help the individuals in these programs, but answer some big questions. And I think some of the things that can come out of this legislation could help not only West Virginians, but all across the country once this has been in play for a year or two. I also strongly agree with my senior senator from the 5th. I think he's dead on. I think that'll be I will be more than happy, along with I think the rest of us, in studying that topic to really get to some of the potential problems that he was alluding to and or discussing about. So for all those reasons, I certainly urge adoption.
Is there further discussion? If not, question for the Senate is adoption of the amendment to the House amendments on Senate Bill 334. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendment as amended.
The Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the Senate concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 334 as amended. Is there discussion? Senator from Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, this bill has come up because of needle litter. We still are in the midst of an HIV and Hep C epidemic in West Virginia. We light up like a Christmas tree. This bill takes away control from the people who know what to do. And that's the people that are actually running these syringe service programs and harm reduction programs in West Virginia. There's no question that this speech here is not going to change a whole lot of votes. And again, it is one of those things you would like to get behind you. But I just want to again say that this is too restrictive in a state that's experiencing a HIV and Hep C epidemic. We are passing legislation that will take away the ability of people who use IV drugs to access clean syringes. I had hoped that we would cover or that we would pass legislation that followed the science, that followed the CDC guidelines, that followed the AMA guidelines. We're not doing that. And by not doing so, we are setting up a recipe for more disaster. We'll continue to monitor this. I think the CDC will be back. I think we'll continue to have outbreaks. And again, we're going after a needle litter program, but throwing the baby out with the bathwater. There's lots of issues that we should have been studying along the way. We've not studied it. This is a knee-jerk response to needle litter. And so I urge a no vote on Senate Bill 334.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill initially came through Health. The senior senator from the 4th was doing a lot of the drive around this bill. But the senator from Boone made some good points. And I was there last year as well, and I was right with him with the points he just made this year, last year. This certainly was not a knee-jerk. We talked about this starting on about day 2 last session, in every day this session from day 1 till today, day 60. It's a bill, if you follow the science, it's too restrictive, and that's where I was last year. There's no question. You should just be extremely liberal with your syringes and needles and all that stuff. It's too restrictive. However, there's more to science than this issue. There's other components of society, and there's crime, there's needle litter, and there's other issues that I didn't really comprehend last year. I didn't grasp the big picture last year, and so my opinion's changed a little bit. The Senator from Boone's correct. We're stepping in and telling some local people what to do, and that's a shame because there are, I don't know, somewhere in the mid-20s, I think, needle exchange programs or syringe exchange programs in the state. Most of them you don't hear about because there's one in Wheeling, no one even knows it's there because it operates like one of the ones in Charleston here at HealthRight. And one in Huntington does a fantastic job. I've talked to the people that run it. I've talked to the senators. It does a fantastic job. But the reason we're stepping in is because there's others that aren't. And when some are out of control, somebody has to step in and take the control. And there are a couple of bad actors out there that have caused this piece of legislation to keep on coming up. So we tried to find a hybrid between what the science tells you and what the community's telling you. And we might not be perfect here, but it is somewhere in between. And I'd urge passage of this bill.
Further discussion. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, one of the point was brought up that's a very good point, and I agree with, is addressing the sober living homes and some of the situation there. And I think there's a significant fallacy when you relate a spike in HIV or Hep C to directly to whether or not you have needle exchange programs specifically, when you have as great of a problem as we have within West Virginia with the sober living homes. And the way that works is these homes have people that broker for clients outside of the state of West Virginia, all over the country. And they bust them in to these quote-unquote rehabilitation facilities. And rehabilitation is not the goal. The goal is to find a family who will put up several $1,000s to ship their patient, their family member rather, to one of these sober living homes, and then bill every bit of the insurance they can as fast as they can, and then dump that person on the streets of West Virginia without any resources to be able to find their way back home. And the needle exchange unit, needle exchanges, in the way that some of them are operating, and not all of them, but the way that some of them are operating, they're a mechanism and a tool for those sober living homes. Because what that happens is those people that are coming in who are IV drug users, they have substance use disorder. What comes with IV drug use and substance use disorder is hepatitis C, HIV, and sexually transmitted diseases. And so when you're importing that at the numbers that these sober living homes, at the rate they're growing within West Virginia, I guarantee you see a spike within Hep C, hepatitis, HIV, and sexually transmitted disease, because those are problems that clientele brings with it. When they cannot get back home because that sober living home has exhausted every resource that family has and that their insurance has, they're now on the streets of West Virginia trying to figure out how to get back home or how to get their next high because they've not received the treatment that they were promised. It's an extreme problem that has the federal issues with that are what's causing a challenge in addressing that. But to go in and say that this legislation has any relationship to those spikes, I would say that the needle exchanges that are operating so irresponsibly that have brought forth this legislation contribute to that spike because they're a tool for those sober living homes. I urge adoption.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, the issue that the senior senator from the 5th and the senior senator from the 4th, I agree with it, but that these sober living homes are importing people and a lot of problems. But making syringe service programs more restrictive doesn't go after that at all. We should have been doing legislation. This whole legislative session that I've heard has been a problem for a long time. We should be trying to go after the sober living homes and not throwing away the science and not following the CDC guidelines and the AMA guidelines for the syringe services programs and harm reduction in general. There's no question these wraparound services help. 40% of the people that enter a harm reduction program ends up in recovery, which is fantastic. That said, again, we're going after, we're trying to we're passing a bill that takes us too far in the restriction of these services, trying to fix needle litter and sober living homes. So I hope that in the next session we'll look at those things and try to come to an agreement that actually follows the science, and then whatever mechanisms we can put in there that deal with the real problems we're trying to solve now. Again, I urge a no vote.
Further discussion? If not, question for the Senate. The Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 334 as amended. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. Question now is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine to ascertain the results. On this question, 27 yeas, 7 nays, 0 absent not voting. More than a majority of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
The House amended and passed Senate Bill 532, limiting claims for state tax credits and rebates.
Message be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate do concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 532.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the Senate concur with the House amendment to Senate Bill 532. Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill was an agency bill introduced at the request of the Tax Department. The bill's purpose is to preclude a tax filer from claiming multiple economic development tax credits on a single project. As the bill left the Senate, it provided that the tax commissioner was to only permit the rebate that was least favorable to the taxpayer. The House of Delegates changed that to rebate to the most favorable to the taxpayer. The Tax Department has no objection to this change. I urge adoption.
Is there discussion? Senator from Greenbrier.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senior senator from the...
Will the senator yield? The senator yields.
Thank you.
I do.
Thank you, Senator. I certainly understand that rationale, changing this from the least favorable to the most favorable. If I were in that position, I would want the same thing. My question is about the fiscal impact. Do you know if the House got an updated fiscal note on the impact of this now that we've switched from the least favorable to the most favorable?
Council is telling me it has next to no fiscal implications.
So we've moved from the least impact to the most impact, but it doesn't change the amounts?
They were supposedly always eligible for the tax credits. This just limits the amount of tax credits.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear. You said it limits?
They were eligible for the tax credits already. This just limits the amount of tax credits. So therefore, it would be I would think, a positive impact, if anything, to the state.
Okay, so, but it's not a negative impact, or excuse me, it's not a positive impact to the state either, where we'd be in.
No, I would think if you're making it more favorable to the taxpayer, you're giving less credit to the individuals, therefore it'd be less out of the state coffers of tax.
Okay, understood. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 532. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The question now is on passage of the bill. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the motion. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected and having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective July 1, 2021, and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
The Senior Senator from the 17th moves the bill be made effective July the 1st, 2021, and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, and not voting. More than two-thirds of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective July the 1st, 2021. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
The House amended the bill and title as it relates to committee substitute for Senate Bill 542, relating generally to public electric utilities and facilities fuel supply for existing coal-fired plants.
The message will be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate refuse to concur in the House amendment to Senate Bill 542 and request that the House recede therefrom.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the Senate refuse to concur in the House amendment to Senate Bill 542 and request the House to recede therefrom. Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The purpose of this bill is to encourage continued use of West Virginia coal and require public electric utilities to keep a 30-day aggregate fuel supply under contract for existing coal plants for the remainder of their operation. The House adopted an amendment that goes beyond the scope of the Senate bill. The amendment includes vague language that would require the PSC to facilitate a process to create a coal community comeback plan, provides for broad and ambiguous requirements, and establishes an advisory committee. The amendment is inconsistent with the original purpose of the bill. I urge they recede.
Is there discussion? Senator from Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. The coal community comeback plan apparently wasn't taken up in the House, and it certainly didn't make its way over here. But I can tell you, in southern West Virginia, we need a comeback plan. There's nothing in that comeback plan that goes against coal or the production of coal. In fact, I think the coal industry, particularly through some strategic surface mining, could absolutely bring back coal country in southern West Virginia by doing post-mined land use in such a way that we could have a true series of a big lake down there with everything from flood control to tourism. So I certainly want to continue to mine coal, but what this coal comeback community plan does is to focus on an area that was once proud and once poured millions of dollars into this general revenue budget, but now has fallen on its face. So this advisory group that would be put together would do no harm to coal, but it would actually help us with a strategic plan in coal country to make a comeback. We now have some Bills in place, some tax credits if you locate a business on a post-mine land site. We have more severance tax dedicated to the county of origin so that we could invest that in infrastructure. And if we had a real strategic plan, and again with some of the federal monies being pushed out in the form of infrastructure, we could clearly come back in my area. Again, there's nothing in this bill that does anything against coal. This was a vehicle to try to get the coal community comeback plan before us, and I certainly think it's necessary. I urge rejection of the Majority Leader's motion.
So further discussion. Senator from Logan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd have to disagree with my colleague from Boone County. The intent of the bill is to save coal plants, the base load of this country. We have 8 left in the state, and that's the full intent of the bill is to save these 8 coal-fired power plants, to give us notice, at least an 18-month notice of when they're going to shut down, to keep 30,000 ton or 30 ton of coal, whatever, not 30 ton, but anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we can't take this amendment from the House. It kills the full intent of the bill. Please, I encourage to stick with the Majority Leader and kill the bill, kill the amendment. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Monongalia.
The senator from Logan yield, please.
Will the senator from Logan yield? The senator yields.
Sure.
Senator, thank you. I'm just trying to follow your line of thought here, and I'm yet to really snap a hold of it. What is it about this amendment that will negatively impact the piece of legislation? Because I'm in favor of your legislation, but I don't understand why trying to help the entire community is a bad thing.
Well, the intent of the bill is to save the coal-fired power plants.
That's right.
Okay, and I'm all about, like the Senator from Boone, save the coal communities. I live in Buffalo Creek, West Virginia. I know all about the dying communities. But that should be a separate bill within itself, not tied into this. I think it takes the full scope away from the coal-fired power plants.
Well, I'm not trying to be confrontational, but you still really haven't answered my question. What is it about the language of that amendment that negatively impacts your piece of legislation?
Well, I'm going to ask you a question. Why does it need to be in there?
Pardon me?
Why does it have to be in there?
Well, I don't think it's a question of why or why not. It's a question of whether it's good or not. And I think
it's a poison pill to the bill. I
think what the gentleman from McDowell County has, in fact, put forth language that enhances the entire community. It's an enhancement of way of life, that a lot of things that have been lost from your community because of coal's exodus. And I really can't see how this, maybe you can explain it to me, how this really has an impact on your piece of legislation.
It's just my opinion. I believe it's a poison pill to the bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further discussion. Senator from Marion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I promise I will be brief. To my dear friend from Logan, we disagree on this one, and I'm a co-sponsor of that bill. He is the lead, and he certainly has a right to his opinion, but, you know, we've seen the demise of the coal industry, particularly in southern West Virginia, and the emptiness that it's left behind. And I respectfully disagree. I don't think it's a poison pill, because if we accept it, it goes to the governor. So how can it be a poison pill? It's done. We accept it. It goes to the governor. You know, we talk about, all of us talk about, we want to help southern West Virginia. No matter where we're from, we've seen the devastation down there, and we want to help. I think the House did a good thing by inserting that piece of legislation into this bill. Sometimes we all got to do that. Sometimes you got to find a vehicle and get something moving, and that's what they did. So I'm with my friend from Boone on this one, respectfully. As a my buddy from Logan, respectfully, I urge rejection of the majority leader's amendment.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to respectfully disagree with my colleagues across the aisle here. Most of you know the history of this bill, what it started out as, and what it ended up with is totally different than what the gentleman from Logan had intended, or intent when he introduced the bill. The amendment that they put in, which I agree with, that that it can be done, but there's nothing now that is keeping this from happening. And the amendment deals with the PSC, and there's nothing. I mean, I don't even know how it wasn't ruled non-germane to the bill, but I think we need to support the gentleman's motion not to concur, and let us go to conference and see if we can work it out like we do with so many other issues here. We might come back with an agreement but we'd like to talk to and see what the main intent was for putting it in this particular bill that has already been not only butchered with a butcher knife, but probably a hatchet too. So I urge the members to vote to not concur. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion. Senator from Raleigh.
Mr. President, I'd like to say that I respect the coal miners that are in this body, and those that work with that. They have their heart is in the right place, and I urge the rejection of the amendment and to back the majority leader. Thank you.
Further discussion. Senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would disagree with the majority leader in his request that we reject the action taken by the House. The reasons stated so far that I've heard are that the language is vague and that it's inconsistent with the intent of the bill. I would disagree with that. I think the intent of the bill is to help the coal industry. The intent of the bill is to help coal country, which is being left behind. And I voted for this bill originally. I plan to vote for it again. But what the House has done is made it even better. This plan that they've put together in this amendment goes perfectly with the billions of dollars that the federal government is about to invest right here in West Virginia. If you haven't been paying attention to the American Jobs Plan, the White House plans to send $16 billion this way, some of that coming to West Virginia. It goes perfectly with what the House is trying to do, which is to develop a plan to use those dollars to put people back to work, to do a variety of things, including improving the infrastructure in coal country. We need to put coal miners back to work if they've been displaced. This amendment from the House does that by rejecting the request by the majority leader. We are standing with coal miners. We're standing with the coal mining industry. And I would urge everyone to do the same and join my coal miner friend from Marion County in standing with coal miners here today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion. Senator from Cabell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator from Raleigh yield?
Will the senator from Raleigh yield? Senator yields.
Thank you, Senator. Senator, you represent Wyoming and Raleigh counties and I think a little bit of McDowell County. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
And I'll just tell you that I've spent quite a bit of time as a younger person in Wyoming and McDowell, and in my career spent a lot of time in Raleigh County. So I know the area, certainly not like you know it, but in the past, that has been the heart of your economy in that area, coal. Am I right, or am I mistaken about that?
That's correct.
Is it true that we have a number of, I'll call displaced coal miners in terms of their jobs that are gone, at least for the foreseeable future, that are healthy, hardworking folks that just simply can't find a job equal to what or comparable to what they earned as a miner?
Actually, a number of the coal mines are hiring right now.
Well, that's great to hear. So you're telling me that we're back to where we were 10, 15, 20 years ago with the mining in your area?
That's not what I said, but as far as this amendment is concerned, I think the amendment can stand alone on its own, but I think that we need to stand with the bill as its intention is to protect the coal-fired power plants.
Well, how many miners are being hired? I didn't know about that. Will you share that with the body, please? The hiring wave that's going on right now?
We have a new mine opening up in Raleigh County that's hiring 250 coal miners.
Okay, and will that sort of offset the people that have lost their jobs in the last, say, 10 years?
It will help.
Will it offset it?
It doesn't solve the problem.
Okay, all right. So, are you aware of the federal funding that's going to be coming, most likely, that a senator from Ohio was referring to in his remarks?
I'm aware that this bill is protecting the coal mine operations, the coal-fired power plants, and I'm for keeping that intact and not confusing it with what the amendment tries to do.
I'm sorry if you're confused. Let me ask that again. Here's my question, sir. Are you familiar with the money that's likely coming to your area, to southern West Virginia, where I live, that could potentially help the mining communities of our state that are in horrible economic shape? Are you aware? Is that a topic that you're aware of, what the senator from Ohio was just raised?
I am aware that there are proposed monies intended for that purpose.
If those monies are forthcoming, would that help the people in your district?
Will the money help people in our district?
The miners.
If they are in fact appropriated, of course they can do that.
Well, why would you preclude that, sir? I think the point that the senator from Ohio was making was that a vote to reject the House amendment potentially cuts off a spigot of federal funding that would help our miners and their families. And are you for that or against that if that would happen?
I am in agreement with the senator from Logan and the senator from Tucker that this is not the place nor the time to include that amendment, sir.
Well, your district's doing a lot better than my district. There's a lot of poverty in my district, and there's a lot of unemployment, and there's a lot of underemployment, so I'm glad to hear that. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Greenbrier.
Would the senator from Tucker yield for just one quick question?
Senator from Tucker.
Thank you, Senator. Maybe I'm missing something here, but does this amendment remove any of the parts of 542 that this body passed out 33-0?
No, it does not remove any of the language. It just adds language to it not pertaining to the bill.
So this doesn't remove any of the language of everything from 542 that we passed out of here 33-0 still in here?
No, like I said, it does not remove any language, just adds additional language to the bill that does not pertain to the bill. The way I understand it, the amendment was a bill that was introduced over on the House side that never got taken up. So like so many bills on the last couple days of session, we try to get everything jammed into them to get our legislation out. So this is just one of those bills that something has been added to it that really doesn't pertain to the original intent of the bill, just to get somebody's bill moving. So.
But it was ruled germane, right?
Yeah, I guess it wasn't challenged as far as I know. I don't know. I won't know that until we talk to the chairman over on the other side and what the intent was of putting it in the bill. That's why we do conference committees. Like I said, we might walk away there with an agreement. I think we ought to vent it out one way or the other. And we might come back and it'll be in here, but that'll be a choice that we're discuss and make when we go to the conference committee.
Thank you, sir. Speak to the bill very briefly. Mr. President, nothing has changed 542, nothing's been removed, nothing's been taken out, nothing's been amended. 542 still exists just as it did when it left here. We just added not a vague, but a detailed coal comeback community plan. Sounds like a great idea to me that we'd all get behind. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion. Senator from Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Folks, again, the original bill is intact. It passes. What we're doing here is adding something very, very important to southern West Virginia. It's important to us, folks. When I look around my area and see the poverty, when I go down to my courthouse and they can't even open the doors of the courthouse, Boone County's budget went from $21 million a year to just over $4 million a year, folks. Our school system has taken a hit. We've lost population all over the state of West Virginia. We've passed bills to give a tax credit to the folks up in Taylor County, and half the people in Boone County moved up there and now it's coal miners. Folks, this is an incredible idea. I wish I thought about it. 542 is intact, exactly intact. What we have here is a chance, the best chance, that we'll be able to diversify the economy of southern West Virginia. Folks, this is important. Probably the most important thing for me this whole session. I wish I'd have thought about it. The Coal Community Comeback Plan. Now you think about that. We need a plan. This allows us to have a plan. It has the Department of Commerce. It has people from this body. I would hope that Mr. President might even consider me to be on there. I've talked to former Senator Gaunch, Commerce Secretary Gaunch. We're trying. But if we put this plan in there, and it's in addition to, we don't have to go to conference. 542 passes. If we go against this, the motion and refuse, if we accept the House amendment, then it's done. It's done. You have the 542 and it's intact, and you have a strategic plan for southern West Virginia. We don't need to go to conference. And I will give kudos to the senator from Tucker, because we were on the same time a couple years ago, and we had the Coal Act in place of us. The Coal Act. You know what we did? We put a tax credit in the bill that allowed that if you locate a business on a post-mine land site, you get a 50% tax credit for 5 years. So it's not unheard of. Folks, please. 542 passes, that's the intent, I'm for that. But please give us a shot. Give us a shot at having a strategic plan at a critical time when the federal money will be coming out in the form of infrastructure. I think we can get a great plan for southern West Virginia, and we have to have it, folks. So, again, I urge rejection, and let's accept this House bill, this House amendment, because it does everything we want and more. Thank you.
Further discussion. Senator from Monongalia.
President, unanimous consent that the comments by the senator from Boone be printed in the appendix of the Journal. And will the gentleman or the senator from Tucker yield, please?
No, whoa. Is there objection to the Chair hears none. So ordered. Senator from Tucker yields. Senator yields.
Thank you, Senator. Senator, real quick, I mean, I'm going through emails, and like you, I go up and down this sidewalk here behind the building to our offices daily on a regular basis. I've not had anyone from the coal associations tell me this is a bad issue. I've not had a coal company tell me this is a bad issue. I've not had a power company tell me this is a bad issue. I've not received a single email or a phone call saying to oppose this measure. Can you tell me why I have not received any comments from anyone in the state of West Virginia to oppose this?
Well, it might be because it's the last day of session and we've got more important bills. I don't know how this all of a sudden became a political grandstanding bill, but all we're doing is just asking to take it back to conference. I don't know if we're trying to stall some other bill. I just can't see what, I mean, I'm a coal miner. I know what the coal industries went through. I know what it's going through. If you think that I'm trying to kill the coal industry, then I don't know, maybe I'm in the wrong business. Maybe I should become a psychiatrist. But I'm just saying, all we want is an opportunity to go back, talk to the energy chair on the House side, because this was, sort of never something that wasn't expected. I thought that was, pretty well agreed upon, and I don't know, basically both of them are as a study resolution. There's not anything in this amendment that we can't already do, that the Commerce Department can't do, the PSC. We don't have to make them to do what's in this amendment. It can go broader than what this amendment allows. So, and we might come back here with an agreement. I mean, like I said, it's basically both of them has been watered down so much they're a study resolution, and all of a sudden it's become the fight on the Senate floor. While here lays good bills that we're killing because we're sitting here arguing over a study resolution, but that's up to you guys. I'm just doing my job. I would think the people that knows me, being the chairman of the Energy Committee, I've always been fair. I always look at everything from both sides. I let everybody have a voice and try to get what's best for everybody. So that's my comment on it.
Speak to the bill.
Thank you.
Or speak to the motion, Mr. President.
Speak to the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, as you've heard, no one's reached out to us to oppose this piece of legislation. It was not, in fact, done today. That amendment was made earlier. It was a well-crafted piece of legislation. It wasn't something that they scribbled out on a piece of paper and added to the bill. It's a quality of life issue. And I sit here and I listen to the gentleman, the senator from Boone, and his plea to each and every one of you. I couldn't say it better. This bill doesn't, this amendment doesn't hurt the bill. It remains the same, as the minority chair pointed out. It remains the same, but it's a quality of life issue. We have to start somewhere. And if you're building that quality of life, whether, as the senator from Boone said, you're building a lake or whatever it may be, that too adds to why you should come back to Boone, why you should come back to Wyoming, why you should come back to Raleigh. I'm in favor of this piece of legislation. If we can keep miners in their jobs and bring more mining jobs to that community, so be it. But think of everything else that's going on around it. Those other people, the family they bring with them. They just don't want to sit in their house all day. They want to get outside. They want to enjoy those counties and their community. Mr. President, I oppose the motion by the majority leader.
Senator from Marion for the second time.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. I apologize. I don't know that I've ever spoke twice on one piece of legislation, but to my friend from Tucker, I've never questioned your fairness. You are a fair chairman, and you're a dear friend. It's not about that. And I can't speak for the other 33 members in this body, but I'm not up to political grandstand. I'm truly not. The pleas that was made by the senator from Boone were real. They were real. He was holding back tears because he loves his community so much that he thinks this could be a vehicle to maybe make life a little better for the people that he loves, he grew up with, and more importantly, he never left. I had this conversation with him the other day. I said, Doc, I got more admiration for you than anybody I know, because you could have went anywhere you wanted to go. You could have been successful. You could have been a very rich man, but you decided to stay in Boone County because of the people you love, because that's who raised you. Not only did he never forget where he came from, he never left. I believe him. And he thinks this will help the Southern coal fields. I'm for it. I'm for the original bill, and it is intact. If we go to conference, don't forget, we could lose it all. House don't agree, we lose it all. Is it worth the gamble? I don't think so. But I think it is worth the gamble that this amendment could help Southern West Virginia. I really do believe that. So, Mr. President, I am pleading with the members of the Senate to support my friend from Boone County and vote no on the majority leader's motion. Thank you very much.
Further discussion? If not, the question for the Senate refused to concur. Senior Senator from the 17th, what purpose you seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to close on my amendment.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, my dad was a coal miner for Allen Creek for 43 years. I got to go to college and become a physician because of his hard work and effort. Now, he wanted me to do something different, maybe because coal mining is a dangerous profession, but I recall back to a time when I broke the lawnmower and the weed eater in the same day, and he turned to me and said, son, I sure am glad you're smart because you weren't built for physical labor. Maybe that's why, I don't know, but this is obviously a very emotional topic, and I don't question the intent or the hearts of any single member in the body of this Senate. I know that every single one of us understand that there is not a family touched, there is not a senator that's not touched by somebody who sacrificed for the coal industry. So I just want some clarification on my amendment. I know the coal miners in our body, the chairman and the vice chairman, if they fell over and bled, it would probably come out black. There's nobody more dedicated, nor any other member that I question their dedication, but I just want to be clear that a green vote on this amendment will refuse to concur and allow the House and the Senate to work together this afternoon or evening on a conference committee potentially, so that this previous 43-page bill that has been cut down to 3 but has obviously some very good pieces can be perfected, and a red vote would not. Thank you, Mr. President.
The question before the Senate is the Senate refuse to concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 542 and request the House to recede therefrom. Roll call's been demanded. Is demand sustained? Demand is sustained. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 21 yeas, 13 nays, 0 absent, not voting. I declare the motion adopted. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our question unanimous consent to return to our actions on Senate Bill 334.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent. The roll call that was used on passage. Just move it. Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage.
All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the... Has every member voted? Has every member voted? Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 27 yeas, 7 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those elected to the Senate having voted, more than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. Communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
The House amended the title only as it relates to committee substitute for Senate Bill 636, requiring certain history and civics courses be taught in schools.
Message be received, Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate refuse to concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 636.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the Senate refuse to concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 636 and request the House to recede therefrom. Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The purpose of the bill is to enhance civics and history education in West Virginia. The House amendment adds to the civics and history education requirements, but also requires a personal finance course as a graduation requirement by next school year, and end-of-course examination, and the development of the curriculum before July 1. The time frame for implementation is not logistically possible. The amendment is not consistent with the original purpose of the bill, and although current code requires civics, history, and health education, adding an additional course requirement in state code is a slippery slope toward eventually transferring all course requirements from the State Board of Education policy to state code. Also, none of the course requirements set forth in the code are explicitly made a requirement for high school graduation. I urge we refuse to concur.
Is there further discussion? Junior Senator from the 8th.
Mr. President, will the Majority Leader yield?
Will the Senior Senator from the 17th yield? The Senator yields.
Thank you, sir. What additional courses are we requiring on top of the historical courses that this body passed and that the House amended into the bill? No, it's not the only one.
They added one personal course in personal finance.
Is finance the only one, or? I thought there was also a study of the treatment and contribution of historic minorities as a course for our students.
That is additional instruction. As part of the history and civics requirements, that was additionally added.
That was part of the House amendment that you're requesting that this body recede or refuse, rather.
That is part of it, yes, sir.
And I guess, and you said, well, okay, thank you. I appreciate that, Senator. If I could speak to the Majority Leader's request.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I voted for Senate Bill 636, and I hesitated to do so because while I want our students to be required to have or study government, I wasn't too crazy about the sources materials that may be used, but I thought, well, at the end of the day, education is education. We want our students to be well-rounded. Having a government course makes our students well-rounded. That's why it's hard for me to understand why we would refuse basically the amendment done by the House, which adds a finance course, which, again, I think is a good thing. I think our kids need to know how finances work, but also in addition to the historical contributions of not just white Americans, but by minorities as well. I guess you could always argue that this creates some type of slippery slope and creates micromanagement, but if you're already going to open the door to that, why wouldn't you also require courses that benefit our students? So the whole slippery slope argument doesn't pass because we've already opened the door to dictate what our schools should teach. So if we're going to go down this road, we've got to pursue it and allow the education of all of our students, not just of the histories we like, but of all our history as a country. So I would urge a no vote on the request to recede.
Is there further discussion? If not, question for the Senate. The Senate refused to concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 636 and request the House to recede therefrom. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
The House amended the Senate amendments as it relates to committee substitute for House Bill 2770, including home confinement officers and definition of law enforcement officers.
Message be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate amend the House amendment.
The senior senator from the 17th moves the Senate to amend the House amendments to the Senate amendments to House Bill 2770. Does the clerk have an amendment?
Yes, sir. Senator Takubo moved to amend the House of Delegates amendment to the Senate amendment.
Senior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our question is consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The bill authorizes certain persons to participate in the Federal Law Enforcement Safety Act program. The program preempts most state firearms restrictions for concealed carry for active and retired law enforcement officers. The House amendment adds juvenile probation officers to the Senate list. This amendment keeps the House change and cleans up previously made mistakes in both versions. I urge adoption.
Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is the adoption of the amendment to the House amendments to the Senate amendments to House Bill 2770. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Senior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendment as amended.
Senior senator from the 17th moves that the Senate concur in House amendments to the Senate amendments on House Bill 2770 as amended. Is there discussion? If not, question before the Senate is the Senate concur in the House amendments to to the Senate amendments on House Bill 2770 as amended. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The question now is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action to the Senate, to the House.
The House amended the Senate amendment as it relates to House Bill 3288, supplementing and amending appropriations by decreasing and increasing existing items of appropriation in the DHHR.
Must be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to the Senate amendments to House Bill 3288.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate amendments on House Bill 3288. Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This was a supplemental bill. The House amended the title only. I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is the Senate concur in the House amendments to the Senate amendments to House Bill 3288. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The question is now passes the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
The Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? The chair hears none. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than two-thirds of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House. Communications from the executive.
There are none.
Reports from standing committees.
There are none.
Reports from select committees.
There are none.
There are introduction of bills.
There are none.
Resolutions.
There are none.
Motions. Petitions.
There are none.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. By action of the Rules Committee, the Senate calendar has been reordered as shown on the chamber automation system.
Senate will be eased for one moment. Senate will come back to order. Unfinished business. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. By action of the Rules Committee earlier today, House Bill 3072 was removed from the Senate calendar. I'd like to make that announcement.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 76 requesting study on mental health parity in West Virginia.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the resolution be placed upon its passage.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will read the resolution.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 76 requesting study on mental health parity in West Virginia.
Is there discussion? If not, all those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. Further resolutions. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 77 requesting study on fiscal impact of elimination or reduction of current tangible property tax.
Senator from Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that SCR 77 be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the resolution be put upon its adoption.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Is there discussion? If not, all those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. Further unfinished business. Clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Senate Resolution 47 recognizing AARP West Virginia and Capital Advocacy Team volunteers.
Senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. The question unanimous consent the resolution be taken up, placed upon its adoption.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 47 recognizing AARP West Virginia and Capital Advocacy Team volunteers.
Question is on adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? Senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. This will be brief, but please, to the body, don't let the brevity of these remarks take anything away from the vast array of work that the AARP does for the state, for the country, and for the world, quite frankly, to make all of those bodies better places. Today I stand to offer my sincere appreciation and gratitude to the members of the AARP West Virginia Capital Advocacy Team. We've heard from them all session, just like we have before. Most of the time it was virtually this session as opposed to in person. The food doesn't taste as good virtually. I miss the meal that they always provided us. I think it was this last days when they always gave it to us. But even under these difficult circumstances, volunteers from across West Virginia, in my district and in everybody's district here, are taking time out of their life, every day of their life, to advocate on behalf of West Virginians that are 50 and older and their families. They've all completed their own distinguished careers. They've raised families. They've lived a productive life. And now, as they reach the retirement age, and they're senior citizens, or they're 50 and older, they now choose to spend their time servicing our state and our communities in which they live to make them all a better place. I am amazed by the dedication of these volunteers, which is why I sponsored this resolution, to publicly thank them for their diligent advocacy and education efforts that raise awareness around the important issues affecting older West Virginians and their families. Mr. President, I urge adoption.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question is on adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted.
Senate Resolution 48, recognizing 60th anniversary of WVU at Parkersburg.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the resolution be placed upon its adoption.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 48, recognizing West Virginia University at Parkersburg on the occasion of its 60th anniversary.
Question is on adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? Senator from Wood.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the senior senator from the 3rd, we just want to express strong support for this resolution in recognizing the 60th anniversary of West Virginia University of Parkersburg, which we used to call PCC, or Parkersburg Community College. So this is a great day for these folks. In 1961, WVU Parkersburg, then known as the Parkersburg branch of West Virginia University, opened its doors at the old Madison School building, which I did not know that, which is in the heart of Parkersburg. The WP is currently on the outskirts of Parkersburg on Route 47 there. 104 students enrolled the first year. Today, the college serves quite affordably over 2,500 students from the Mid-Ohio Valley and across the United States. And my wife, as a matter of fact, got a phlebotomy degree from there. And I remember her recruiting students from our Sunday school class to practice sticking needles in, because that's what a phlebotomy degree is. You get to stick needles in folks. She needed practice, recruited Sunday school meeting folks. I had a schedule conflict and couldn't make it. Anyway, just want to support the resolution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion? If not, all those in favor of the resolution will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess until 1 p.m.
All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Senate's in recess until 1 p.m. Reports from standing committees.
Your Committee on Confirmations has had under consideration Senate Executive Message 2, dated April 7th, 2021, requesting confirmation by the Senate of the nominations mentioned therein.
The report be received.
And reports the same back with the recommendation that the Senate do advise and consent to all the nominations listed above. Respectfully submitted, Donna J. Boley, Chair.
The report be received. There, having arrived for consideration of executive nominations, the chair recognizes the senator from Pleasants.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that all nominations referred to in the foregoing report from the Committee on Confirmations be confirmed.
The senator from Pleasants moves that all nominations referred to in the foregoing report from the Committee on Confirmations be confirmed. Is there discussion? If not, all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare all nominations referred to the foregoing report from the Committee of Confirmations as confirmed. There being no further nominations, I declare the special order of business closed. Bills on third reading.
Engrossed House Bill 2895, supplementing and amending the appropriations of public monies to the Department of Veterans Assistance. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This supplemental appropriation is the same as Senate Bill 490, which passed the Senate on April 2nd. It appropriates $8,500,000 from the unappropriated balance of general revenue for fiscal year 21 to the Department of Veterans Assistance Building Surplus Appropriation. Urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage. On question and ask consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
The senior senator from the 17th moves that the bill may be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? The chair hears none. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, and not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill effective from passage, and the clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed House Bill 2900, expiring funds to the balance of the Department of Education, State Board of Education, School Building Authority, School Construction Fund. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This supplemental expires $2,766,137 from the State Department of Education School Building Authority Debt Service Fund and reappropriates the same amount to the Department of Education, State Board of Education, School Building Authority, School Construction Fund. I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage. On question unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed House Bill 3313, making supplemental appropriation to the Division of Motor Vehicles. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This supplemental appropriation increases spending authority within the State Road Fund Division of Motor Vehicles in the amount of $1,400,000. $1 million goes to the personal services line and employee benefits line. $400,000 goes to current expenses. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage. On question unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? The chair hears none. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, and not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed House Bill 3314, making supplemental appropriation to West Virginia State Police. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This supplemental appropriation adds budget language within the Department of Homeland Security, West Virginia State Police, which allows the state police to transfer funds between appropriations with the exception of the Trooper Retirement System and Retirement System's unfunded liability appropriations. The maximum amount of transfer allowed in this supplemental would be $3,700,000. This language would only affect the current year's budget. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage. On question unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed House Bill 3315, making supplemental appropriation to Division of Environmental Protection, Oil and Gas Reclamation Fund. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This supplemental appropriation would increase the special revenue spending authority within the Department of Environmental Protection, Division of Environmental Protection, Oil and Gas Reclamation Fund in the following manner. $90,000 will go to personal services and employee benefits, $500,000 to current expenses. The total increase in spending authority is $590,000. I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill to be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected in the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed House Bill 3316, Supplemental Appropriation to the Department of Education, State Board of Education. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the, Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This supplemental appropriation increases federal spending authority within the Department of Education, State Board of Education in the amount of $781,778,188. I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Mr. President, I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? The chair hears none. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Committee Substitute for House Bill 2025, provide liquor, wine, and beer licensees with some new concepts developed during the state of emergency, utilizing new technology to provide greater freedom to operate in a safe and responsible manner. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to amend the bill on third reading.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Does the clerk have amendments?
Yes, sir. Senator Takubo moved to amend the bill on page 76, section 8D.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The amendment was merely technical to conform with the subsection with the rest of the bill. It was one section that was left out. I urge passage.
Is there discussion? If not, question for the Senate is the Senior Senator from the 17th amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Clerk will read the bill a third time.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2025, provide liquor, wine, and beer licensees with some new concepts developed during the state of emergency utilizing new technology to provide greater freedom to operate in a safe and responsible manner. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for House Bill 2025 is the strike and insert amendment that the Judiciary Committee recommended and that the floor adopted yesterday as slightly amended by the Majority Leader's motion just a little while ago. I went through it in detail yesterday, the various provisions. This bill, I'll remind the members, it amends 18 existing sections of code and writes 24 new sections of code, all of it relating to modernizing, liberalizing in some degree, our rules regarding alcohol in West Virginia, some of which derive from adaptations made during the global COVID pandemic. So rather than go through all those provisions again today, Mr. President, I will just say I'd be happy to respond to any questions the members have about the specific provisions of the bill. Otherwise, I urge the bill's passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 27 yeas, 7 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. Clerk has the title amendment.
Committee on the Judiciary move to amend the title of the bill.
Question is on adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and question unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage and requesting unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 27 yeas, 7 nays, 0 absent, and not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2368, Melissa Smith's law creating patient visitation privileges. The bill is advanced to third reading with the right to amend.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on Health and Human Resources moved to amend the bill.
Senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to withdraw the Health and Human Resources Committee's amendment.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator Clerk have another amendment?
Yes, sir. The Committee on the Judiciary moved to amend the bill by striking out everything after the enacting clause.
Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the Judiciary Committee amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Judiciary Committee amendment is a strike and insert amendment to the whole bill, but it preserves the gravamen of what was in both the original code that's part of the bill and the work done by the Committee on Health. In this article, which is the Patient Safety and Visitation Act, it's Article 39 of Chapter 16. Chapter 16, of course, is Public Health. Section 1 is a short title. Amendments made to this article during the 2021 regular session shall be known as the Melissa Smith's Law, I hope I'm saying that correctly. Section 2 of the Act, legislative findings, is repealed. There are definitions in Section 3. Terms defined include such terms as appropriate authority, commissioner, direct patient care, discrimination or retaliation, good faith report, health care entity, health care facility, patient, public health state of emergency, visitor, waste, wrongdoing. The guts of the bill is in Section 8 of that article. And it says, the language says, during a declared public health state of emergency for a disease, contagious disease, a healthcare facility shall permit visitation of a patient. If the patient's death is imminent, the healthcare facility shall allow visitation upon request at any time and frequency. In all other instances, the healthcare facility shall allow visitation not less than once every 5 days. And there's a proviso that says, provided that visitation permitted by any healthcare entity may not be inconsistent with any applicable federal law, rule, policy, or guidance in effect for the same emergency. Subsection B requires visitors to comply with the rules and procedures. Subsection C allows a healthcare facility to deny visitor entry and says that a visitor may be subject to expulsion if they won't comply with the procedures or rules. And subsection D provides for that a healthcare facility is not liable to a person visiting, nor to any other patient or resident, for civil damages, injury, or death resulting from or related to the actual or alleged exposure, or through the performance of the visitation in compliance with this section, unless the healthcare facility failed to substantially comply with the applicable health and safety procedures established by the healthcare facility. Mr. President, this is, I think, an earnest and balanced effort to try to balance a couple things. Number one, the absolute moral imperative and right of people to be able to spend time with their loved ones, particularly when they're close to the end. It's really important. Also, but to balance that with the absolute need to make sure that we protect people who are in healthcare institutions or facilities, staff who work there, from infection or danger of highly contagious or communicable diseases that are transmitted by human beings coming in and out of the facilities. It's probably impossible to thread a needle that will do both of those things perfectly, but this bill makes, I think, an earnest and balanced and an appropriate effort to do it. I'll be happy to try to answer questions. I urge the bill's passage.
Is there discussion? Senator from Tucker.
Thank you. Will Chairman yield?
Will the senator from Morgan yield? Senator yields.
Yes.
This is a Judiciary Amendment, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'd offered an amendment in Judiciary Committee on some language. Is that amendment still in there?
The amendment that you offered is in the bill, and I believe it to be, if memory serves, I believe it to be the language that's embodied in subsection A of section 8. So on the printed copy of the Judiciary Committee amendment, I think it's on page 3, lines 1 through 6. And that's, to my friend from Tucker, that's my memory of where the amendment that you offered in committee was directed.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. President.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question for the Senate's adoption by the amendment offered by the Committee on the Judiciary. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Clerk will read the bill third time.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2368, Melissa Smith's Law, creating patient visitation privileges. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have little else to add. We've gone through the entire bill. I urge its passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just stand and rise in support of the bill. I think during the pandemic, there are a lot of stories where family were upset that they couldn't get in to see their loved ones. However, I can say on a first-hand account that the nurses, and just take a second to say thank you to each and every single one of them for what they tried to do. Over the past year and a half, I have seen, been part of situations where we have had sisters and brothers, mom, dads. At one point, I had a grandparent, their child, and then the grandchild all in the hospital in an intensive care unit at the same time. I've had situations where we had a couple that had been married 63 years, and one was in the intensive care unit with multi-organ failure. It was apparent that they weren't going to make it. The husband was in a few ICU beds down, was on very high-dose oxygen, and wanted to just be with her when we had to withdraw support. So saw an absolute army of people coming in to try to assist in the safest manner possible, getting that individual rolled through an ICU to be with his wife when we had to turn that off. The past year and a half, I've even seen respiratory therapists, nurses, doctors bring a kiddie pool to the bedside to baptize a patient. So I think it's very important that families know that hospitals, administrators, nurses, doctors, therapists, we all have families too, and we're have been very sensitive through this entire thing, and we've tried in every way imaginable, I think, to try to do the best jobs that could be done under the situations. But we've also had situations where one gentleman came in after a wife just got out of open heart surgery. We just got out of the intensive care unit, and he accidentally infected not only her, but around 9 ICU nurses and other patients. So these things have to be weighed and measured, and I think this bill does a good job in trying to, as our Judiciary Chairman said, thread the needle to give as much perfect on both sides of the equation as we could get. And so I urge passage of the bill.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk has a title amendment.
Committee on the Judiciary move to amend the title of the bill.
The question is on adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage. Request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? The chair hears none. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill effective from passage, and the clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2363 relating to best interests of the Child Protection Act of 2021. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. As with the previous bill and the bill before that, this bill was before us yesterday on the body's consideration of a Judiciary Committee strike and insert amendment for the whole bill. And I went through it in painstaking detail, as some of you have mentioned, using the word painstaking. I'll not do that again. This bill changes the House bill in a couple important ways. The House bill came to us creating, or attempting to create, in our domestic relations law, a presumption that 50-50 allocation of custody of a child was appropriate in all cases. And so the bills we have it before us now does not include such a presumption, and I think appropriately so. In the 35 years that I've been litigating and handling family law cases, I know that every single case is different. And it is not an area of the law where one size fits all, and there should be a presumption that one size fits all. Under current law, family courts have the authority in West Virginia to order 50-50 an allocation, a 50-50 allocation of physical custody in any case before them, and they do so regularly. They do so regularly in cases where it will work. But it doesn't work in every case, and we should not have a law that presumes it so. Another serious problem with the bill, as it came to us from the House, was that it would have reopened hundreds, if not thousands, of closed cases for new litigation, which would, in my judgment, be a mistake. Cases can be reopened now under current law, and they will continue to be allowed to be reopened when there is a change in material circumstances that affects the parties. And that could be any host of things. But, under our law now, and preserved in our strike and insert amendment, is the polar star that is to guide the courts, and I would submit should guide us when we make decisions about domestic relations and family law. The polar star is this question: what is in the best interests of the children? And the strike and insert amendment that we adopted yesterday, I believe, promotes the best interests of the children in a way that the original House bill did not. It does contain a number of measures which are designed, Mr. President, to direct our family courts and to make them consider the array of possibilities of custodial allocation, and to try to ensure that a child's life is enriched by the involvement, substantial involvement of both parents. So with the original sponsor of the bill in the House, I have no disagreement on this question. And I think all reasonable people who have studied the question do agree that children have the best chances of success and are best served when they have two loving parents who are involved in their lives as much as possible. That's what our bill attempts to do in the form it's in now, without mandating a cookie-cutter 50-50 approach, which is absolutely inappropriate in a very large number of cases, not all. And when 50-50 is the correct outcome, that's certainly permitted by the court. Courts order it now and will continue to be able to do so. Mr. President, I'd be happy to answer any specific questions about the bill. Otherwise, I urge its passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? Junior Senator from the 8th.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the HB 2363 as it stands. It strikes a balance between the interests of those that came before the committee on that long, long evening into the morning, and from all the constituents that I heard from, and I'm sure all of us heard from regarding this piece of legislation. Specifically, it requires our judges, our family court judges, to put on paper the basis for their findings of fact, which they are not required to do. And why that's important is once a party has that in hand, a party who disagrees with it, and the parties in general know where the case is. It brings clarification. It provides a basis to appeal to a higher court if it's necessary to do so. The other thing that this bill does is it includes legislation that we pass as a body that when it comes to relocation of a parent, and puts safeguards up for parents whose the other parent may want to go to another state and relocate altogether, and protects the parent that wants to stay in the jurisdiction where the child was raised. This is a good piece of legislation. I thank the leadership of the chairman, again, and hearing everyone out and making sure everyone had a chance to say and share with us their perspective. It's what we do. It's the best of what we do when we listen to others and try to incorporate their concerns and pass good legislation. I urge support of the bill. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I agree this is a lot better than what we had last year, but I'm going to vote no on the striking and insert. In committee, we had several witnesses, and call me skeptical or whatever, but it seemed like all the divorce lawyers was for it and all the victims were against it. And I don't know, I just don't think it goes far enough to treat both parties fair, both men and women, because like every member in this body, every year we get all these horror stories, and I realize anytime you have custody battles, divorces, there's two sides of the story. But I just feel that this here, the way it came from the House, was more fair to both parties, and you know, I'll support the bill whatever comes out, but I'm a no vote on the strike and insert. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea, those opposed vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 32 yeas, 2 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. Clerk has the title amendment.
Committee on the Judiciary moved to amend the title of the bill.
The question is on adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2581, providing for the valuation of natural resources property and an alternate method of appeal of proposed valuation of natural resources property. The bill is advanced to third reading with the right to amend.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on the Judiciary moved to amend the bill by striking out everything after the enacting clause.
Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the Judiciary Committee amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bear with me just a second. Mr. President, the Judiciary Committee amendment is a strike and insert amendment for the entire bill. Now, the bill that came to the committee, let me back up and say this bill relates to the question of how do we evaluate natural resources, talking generally about oil and gas properties in this bill, for purposes of ad valorem taxation. That's the county property tax bill. It gets paid through the office of the sheriff. For years, that has been done under a rule that's a rule from the state tax department. In the bill that came to the Judiciary Committee, there was a change in that, And what was proposed in that bill, I may have a copy of it here, was to codify in statute a formula for doing that. And that is, in my judgment, problematic for a couple of reasons. But number one is that if you think about what's happened in the world of production of oil and gas in the last 15 years, I think we'd all have to agree that it has undergone revolutionary changes, really, truly revolutionary changes. And so from a macro perspective, my concern about embedding a formula or a fixed methodology into a statute is that it would provide less flexibility or adaptability for changes that may need to occur in the years to come. And I'm not one of those people who believe that, always the way you've been doing something is the way you must continue to do it. I thought about that, but I think leaving it within the rulemaking function of the tax department as opposed to embedding a statutory formula in code made a lot of sense to me. So the Judiciary Committee amendment, strike and insert, changed that, Mr. President. What we said was we added language that asked the tax department, directed the tax department to come with a new rule. The tax commissioner directed to come up with a new legislative rule. Now, I should mention, in terms of telling the complete story, that the rule under which the tax department had been operating was either the rule itself or the application of the rule to some assessments, the assessments of some properties, was determined in 2019 in a Supreme Court case to be unconstitutional, either unconstitutional, I think, in its application. And it was an equal protection under the law issue that the court, I think, rendered its decision upon. And so I think it was that Supreme Court decision that created the genesis for legislation or for the legislature or somebody to look at it. And I think over the past couple years, there have been numerous efforts made through the rulemaking process, statutes. I think we passed a bill last year to the House that didn't make it across the finish line that addressed the question in one fashion. What the Judiciary Committee strike and insert amendment does is it directs the tax department to come with a rule. And the language that we had in our bill, the Judiciary Committee strike and insert, requires for the first time the rule to embrace also natural gas and natural gas liquids, which apparently the current rule does not. And I was not aware of that, but it does not. And we define in this natural gas liquids, it means propane, ethane, butane, pentanes, also referred to as condensate, or a combination of them. All of this is designed to meet the constitutional requirement that all property be assessed at its, be valued at its fair market value and then assessed for purposes of ad valorem tax. And with underground minerals, it's not as easy as it is with a house. You're driving around looking at houses, you can see a house, you can tell how much it's worth based on a market. So for underground minerals and those kinds of natural resources, historically what the tax department has done is, well, we're going to value them based on a formula that looks at production. The production of them, what is it? How much does it cost? What are the expenses related to the production? And there has been a formula, and there will be a formula. Now, there's another part of this whole bill that's in the strike and insert amendment, Mr. President, and that is the whole alternate program of tax appeals. Normally anybody who wants to protest or challenge the assessment of his real estate, personal property, the county commission, when it sits as the Board of Equalization, is the entity that has the sole authority right now to do that. This bill incorporates the provisions of another bill because we're in the same sections of the code. Another bill that we previously passed, and I can't remember the bill number off the top of my head, but it allows an alternate path for that appeal and review, and that's through the Office of Tax Appeals. And so you have County Commission, Board of Equalization, or the Independent Office of Tax Appeals for those appeals. That's also in this bill. Now, there was a lot of controversy about which way we should do this. Should we put a formula in code? Should we, require the tax department to come with a new rule? I favored the latter approach. Once we got going on that path, we got into questions about, well, how specific should we be in directing the tax department on such things as what's to be in this rule, what's the formula to look like, without maybe actually doing all that, but providing maybe guardrails. I may be wrong, Mr. President, but I believe that when I sit down, someone is going to stand and offer an amendment to the amendment that I'm of the understanding, at least very recently, was agreed to by all the players whose voices have been heard in this discussion. So at that point, let me just stop. I'll pause for any questions that members may have as to the Judiciary Committee strike and insert amendment, and urge its adoption.
Clerk has an amendment to the amendment.
Senators Nelson, Maroney, and Rucker move to amend the Judiciary Committee amendment on page 3, section 10.
Senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank the Judiciary Chair for the strike and insert and the explanation of the strike and
Senator
insert.
from Marshall requesting unanimous consent to explain the amendment. Move having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. So what does this amendment to the amendment do? And so let's just start with how is this amendment to the Judiciary Committee amendment? How is it consistent with the Judiciary Committee amendment? Well, this maintains, so the consistencies with the Judiciary Committee amendment, it maintains the tax department rulemaking requirement, but it elevates the rulemaking requirement to an emergency rule to be filed by July 1st, 2021. It maintains the definition of natural gas liquids from the Judiciary Committee amendment. It also maintains the Judiciary Committee amendment requirement that the tax department's rule value property based on all components of the gas stream: oil, natural gas, and natural gas liquids. The natural gas liquids is a new component that is not currently captured separately in the current valuation model. All right, so those are all consistent with what came out of the Judiciary Committee. What are the differences? How does this amendment to the amendment differ from the Judiciary Committee amendment? Well, it provides that the tax department rule will value property producing oil, natural gas, and natural gas liquids, or all three, based on actual gross receipts received by the taxpayer, which is the oil and gas company, less royalties paid, and less actual annual operating expenses. Determining the fair market value using actual receipts and actual expenses will ensure that these oil and gas reserves are assessed at their true and actual value as required by the West Virginia Constitution. This amendment to the amendment also defines actual annual operating expenses to mean lease operating costs, lifting costs, gathering, compression, processing, separation, fractionation, and transportation. By directing the tax department to allow these expenses when valuing the mineral reserves, we can finally assess the value of the well based on the value of the oil, natural gas, and natural gas liquids as close to the wellhead as possible. All right, now let me see. So those are the differences. So it's similar to the Judiciary Committee amendment. There's a few differences. I just explained them. But why is this amendment to the amendment necessary? Well, this amendment to the amendment and the resulting emergency rule that the tax department will promulgate is a fair way to value oil, natural gas, and natural gas liquids going forward. This is somewhere in the middle. Just to put a perspective on this, everyone saw a bunch of numbers circulating around attributed to each county concerning the different bills. We had a bill last year that was passed here 27-7. It was Senate Bill 655. There was a Senate Bill 32 this year, which is very, very similar to the initial bill 2581 that was dropped. And those, the 655 and the initial versions of Senate Bill 32 and House Bill 2581 had everyone saw about just under $60 million price tag on that. Broken down between the counties. Obviously, the counties producing more, would be. It's not paying more; it's receiving less. Okay, receiving less money, and it's a lot. And most of those counties are my counties. But we weren't doing it properly, and it's the right thing to do. And I think we've struck a good compromise here. The 2581 was almost $60 million initially for the whole state, all the counties that are producing. The committee substitute was somewhere in about $9 million, maybe $9.1 million range. This amendment to the amendment, I sat down with the few senators that were involved in helping us come up with this amendment to the amendment. And the tax department said it's probably going to fall somewhere in between the committee substitute for 2581, which is the $9.1 million range, and a bill that was circulated by the tax department or early on, it was under $1 million. It was a $600,000 range. Somewhere in between, somewhere fair. It provides certainty moving forward, and we as a legislature we need to address this issue. We're not taxing properly based on newer technologies. Let me read what the Supreme Court said. I actually have, it's very brief, but this is a very important bill, especially for my district. And, this could be construed as being a negative bill for my district. But I think it's a positive bill. Here's the Supreme Court said that two things. The monetary cap, they had a cap in existence for horizontal wells, is unconstitutional under the West Virginia Constitution, under the equal taxation clause. But the court also refused to rule on whether or not the tax department must include gathering, compression, processing, and transportation expenses when calculating property tax valuation. The court said, despite the prevalence of the horizontal wells in our state, the legislature has not addressed it, and we haven't. And I don't want to keep on not addressing it. I think we need to address it. I think the court told us to address it. I think, to me, that's what that means. And I think it's time we addressed it. And we, because there's a lot of, the counties with the new taxation, the counties will they receive less money? Yes, they're going to receive less money. Were they receiving monies that they should not have received in the past, excess of fair taxation in the past? That's certainly a potential yes answer. It's being litigated currently. This removes any future monetary, not penalties, but garnishing of future tax collections. If a court one day decides, hey, listen, you've been taxing these things wrong for all these years, legislators are just going to let you keep on doing it, and they can't take the tax money back, but I'm sure they could garnish future tax collections from the counties by this. So it's an important bill. The certainty is so important for the business climate. Okay, it's hard to operate anything. It's hard to do anything when there's uncertainty involved. And providing certainty, no matter how hard that decision is, it's something I think we need to own up to that responsibility as a legislature. I believe that certainty will induce economic activity with investment, and I think the counties will get more money. with the economic development and the further investment by the gas companies. I think it could be a positive, I really do. But I also, more importantly, think it's the right thing to do, it's a fair thing to do, and it's not shirking a responsibility that, in my opinion, I believe we have as legislators to, I would urge adoption of this amendment to the Judiciary Committee striking and start amendment.
Is there discussion? Senator from Wetzel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to begin my remarks by thanking everybody in this body that helped me make the amendments to 2581. We stopped what I thought was an egregious bill that was sent over here by the House. I think we've gotten it to the point in talking not only with the gas companies, but with the county assessors involved in most of this district, to come up with some kind of a solution that's going to work. As the senator from Marshall said, we've been taxing in unconstitutional method. Now, if the amendment is adopted, which I hope it will be, that will put a few parameters in the direction to the tax department to come up with a rule. Just a change of a few words from putting in an A and the word only, which would help protect the counties from excessive, excessive expense write-offs, to come in there and say that they will use a capitalization rate, which means it's up to the tax department to come in and determine what is proper. Now, what does this mean for some counties? Yes, there may be some losses in their current revenue stream, and there's nothing we can do about that. But for some counties, we've been told they're going to drill 14 new wells in a county. Now think about that, what that's going to do to their overall revenue income. But we've got to do it. We've got to do it right. And as the senator from Marshall said, it's tough on he and I because we're right in the middle of that. But we know it has to be done, and I think in the long run we will receive all the support we need from those counties. And I urge adoption of the amendment and the passage of the bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator from Marshall yield?
Will the senator from Wetzel yield?
Yes, I will.
Senator from Marshall, yield. Senator,
yes,
yield.
Thank you. Senator, I've been getting a lot of tax and financial advice from the medical community, so I wanted to just check you on a few of the facts you spouted out there, if you don't mind. First of all, I don't see a fiscal note with this. I know it's become a bone of contention here these days. Have you seen a fiscal note on this particular amendment?
I talked to the tax department about it. I haven't seen a fiscal note. I know I can tell you what I was told if you want me to, but I don't have. If you want to read it for yourself, I don't have one.
Well, it'd be nice if I had something to look at, but I'd be very interested. I mean, your district, you know, Ohio and Marshall, the whole, you know, you and I, and of course others in here, represent the oil and gas, you know, producing counties. And, you know, there was a delegate from Kanawha County, I think, and Kanawha County doesn't produce enough natural gas to light the pilot light, but she was spearheading this bill originally. Didn't make me feel very comfortable, I got to tell you, because, you know, if you ain't getting anything, it's easy to give it away. So I'm just trying to figure out, I saw a couple different models from the state tax department, and the one thing that I thought they asked for was for us not to hem them in. There's no doubt we got to have a new formula. Supreme Court's declared the old one unconstitutional. I don't have to agree with them, I don't. But no doubt we need a new formula, but the thing we were trying not to do was to hem in the tax department with parameters that we didn't understand. And I don't know, do you understand what the net capitalization rate is?
I don't personally. Like, I understand some of this stuff, and I've learned a lot about this stuff. I'm not an expert, which is why I usually don't comment on it on the floor. Senator from Wetzel is on Energy Committee. I'm on Health Committee. We work together on all these issues. However, it's a big deal for my district, right? So when it's a big deal for your district, whether you're on that committee or not, you learn about it. So I've learned a lot about it, and I can tell you that there's a lot of people that think this is a proper thing to do as far as addressing the issue. Okay, so hold on, the tax department was involved with all of this. They don't feel hemmed in. They are very much okay with this amendment to the amendment.
Well, and I've found the tax department's going to do, you know, whatever the higher-ups tell them. I know that for sure. Who else was involved in the negotiations on this amendment? Were the county assessors involved?
The assessors, I didn't talk to the assessors. We've talked to some representatives from the counties. See, but here's the.
If you could slow down a little bit.
No, we talked to some county representatives. Okay, and is this what would be better for the counties? What would be better for the counties is to keep on having no policy and making more money, maybe more than you should be allotted or allowed or legally allowed, that could potentially be taken away. We tried to find a bill that fixes a problem that we were told to fix and has as least amount of impact on my counties as possible. I mean, my counties, of all these numbers that we pop out there, you hear the 60 million, or you hear the 9.1 million, or the 606,000, or this one somewhere in between 606 and 9.1. I mean, you take a look at 4 or 5 of my counties, it's half of that. And I'm the one offering the amendment. And it's not because I don't like those counties, I love those counties. Okay? I'm trying to solve a problem. I'm trying to take away some potential future monetary liability, and I'm trying to spur economic development in those counties. I think it's a win-win. It's my opinion.
But wouldn't it be equally a win-win if we would allow the state tax department to propose by legislative rule a rule to correct the unconstitutional formula, and then let it come back to us where we could have a fiscal note attached, we could see the effect on every county? Wouldn't that be a win-win too and still be a predictable outcome?
There still wouldn't be a codified definition of expenses.
But what if this definition hamstrings the state tax department to where the formula is going to cost your county $1 million?
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, I'd hate to pass a law that would. I'd like to think they would have brought that up in our discussions because they were present.
But let me ask you, because there's been a lot of stakeholder meetings, and I've yet to be invited to one, and, you know, I don't like that. But, you know, sometimes I don't get invited because I'm not in the right party. Was the senator from Brook involved in this latest stakeholder meeting?
I spoke with him, yes.
But was he in the meeting?
I don't think I was in every meeting. I don't think I was even in every meeting. It doesn't matter if he's in a meeting. He was involved in the process.
Well, but he doesn't get invited to a lot of meetings either, and that bothers me even worse because he's in the right party. So, you know, sometimes you don't get invited to parties, but sometimes you do. But I'm concerned that none of us were involved. And again, I didn't quite understand your answer. Were the county assessors or anybody representing the counties of this state involved in the meeting that you attended, which resulted in this amendment?
We were including the counties, some of the counties that were active, the counties that have approached us, okay? We were including them in discussions as we were having, so we'd have a discussion, would call the counties. Would have another discussion, would call the counties. You change something, you call them. They say, we don't like that, you change it. So the answer is yes.
Okay, so I didn't quite understand it. They were not at the meeting, they were being called afterwards.
We sometimes after, sometimes before. Yeah,
okay.
No,
was anybody from Harrison?
Most of my meetings, most people aren't at this year. I mean, there's no one in the Capitol.
Was anybody from Harrison County, West Virginia involved? The guy has the same last name as me, although I'm not.
I don't believe so. I don't know.
Was anybody from Lewis County involved?
I don't believe so.
Was anybody from Monongalia County involved?
I don't know that answer.
Well, and Senator, I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm just trying to figure out who the stakeholders were that got to come up with this amendment.
You're not putting me on the spot, okay? Because this is, I offered this amendment, so I put myself on the spot, okay? And this is an amendment to the amendment. It's a bill, this affects my counties greatly, more than yours, more than your neighbors, and more than every other person in here other than Senator from Wetzel. It affects mine, okay, all of mine.
It really doesn't help.
I personally think it's a good bill, a good amendment.
Point of order.
I think I said this the other day when I was at the podium, Mr. President. Questions will be asked, answers will be given. Thank you, Mr. President.
As the gentleman stated, I'll sustain his point of order. Ask a question, answer the question. Please get finished.
Senator, you and I need to slow down a little bit. We talk too quick, I think. I'll try to give you more time and you give me more time. I apologize if it was me.
Fair enough.
But again, I was trying to figure out who was exactly at the stakeholder meeting came up with this, because the one thing we learned in judiciary was on the House bill, there wasn't anybody included from the counties, and most of us were not included. And I don't want that to happen again, because and again, I know I say this too much, but as a CPA and a lawyer, I'm not sure what this does. And I see no fiscal note to show me the prediction of what it does. Now, you're right. Your county's got more at stake, but believe me, $500,000 is a lot of money to my county. I don't care, you know, it's not as much as yours, but it's still a lot of money to my county and my other counties and to the counties that surround me. So I want to make sure we're doing the right thing, because again, it just seems smarter to take the Judiciary Committee's amendment, which left this open for the experts, the state tax department, to come up with a formula and then let us scrutinize the result. This definitely puts in blocks. And let me just say this, sir. The amendment is very similar to an amendment we considered in judiciary, which had some very, very negative impacts on your county and my county. And I'm afraid we're going to, not knowingly, not fully understanding what's here, have the same result. Do you think that could occur?
Here's what I think. What I think is that this is, I don't have a problem going home and defending this amendment to the amendment at all, okay? I honestly believe that we need to do the right thing, okay? If the right thing, sometimes a negative impact is, I mean, if you're getting something, if you're getting more than you're supposed to be getting, and going back to the normal value, I mean, I personally wouldn't consider that a negative impact. I'd consider that the right thing to do, okay? And, you know, and we're codifying something. We're making a problem go away. I mean, we're taking a $60 million bill and turning it probably somewhere down to about a $5 or $6 million bill spread out over a bunch of counties. And we're potentially spurring economic development and taking care of some other people in the district that want economic development. Okay, this is not a sellout of the counties by any stretch of the imagination. I think it's a safety net. I think it's a life jacket, okay? I think we're saving them from potential monetary liabilities in the future. I think we're moving forward with certainty. Now they have certainty. They know what they're going to be getting every year because they have a formula, and then they'll know what production is. They'll be able to calculate that money. All we've had before is uncertainty and unfair taxation. We replace it with certainty and fair taxation. I don't understand how that's bad.
Well, let me just say this, that if this amendment is necessary for the state tax department to provide more certainty than just providing their new formula, then this in some way has to limit what the state tax department can do. That's the only way it can provide more certainty. And the only way it can provide more certainty is if it limits the state tax department, when it comes up with its new constitutional formula, from doing as much as it can to maintain the revenues to all of our counties.
Senator from Harrison, what is your question?
I was responding to his question, sir.
It actually
isn't that right was my question.
You're recognized for questions and you're recognized for answers. Question.
Yes, sir. You interrupted me. I was about to say, isn't that correct? Isn't that correct?
Well, here's what's correct. What's correct is, if you look at the, I don't have the amendment right in front of me right now, but they have an existing yield capitalization model, right? Okay, and we took the word "existing's" out of there. Okay, so by taking that word "existing" out of there, that actually gives the tax department more leeway. It doesn't hamstring them like you're suggesting. It gives them more leeway to develop what they want to develop, and that could be bad for the gas companies. They didn't want that word out of there. They liked that word in there.
I appreciate it, Senator. I appreciate you trying to answer my questions, and I'm still not comfortable, but thank you. Mr. President, I'd like to speak against the amendment, not because I understand it, Mr. President. I can't tell you exactly what this amendment's going to do. And I think that's why the Judiciary Committee, in its wisdom, if we can call it that, decided to leave it up to the state tax department, who came up with the original formula, to replace its formula with one that was constitutional, without any barriers, without any limitations. There's a lot of money at stake here. For some of our colleagues out here, millions upon millions of dollars for their counties in revenue that those counties have counted on in the past and will be taken out of their budgets
upon the passage of this amendment, perhaps, if we don't know what it means. The only difference between the Judiciary Committee's amendment and the amendment to the amendment is the Judiciary Committee's amendment allows the state tax department to come up with a constitutional formula, which will be subject to legislative rulemaking, which will be subject to a review of a fiscal note, which we don't have here. And we're taking a shot in the dark with this amendment. Maybe the senator from Marshall's right. Maybe it'll all be great and turn out and we'll all give a thumbs up. But we won't know until that happens. We certainly don't know today. By rejecting this amendment and sticking with the Judiciary Committee's amendment, the same thing's going to happen, but we're not going to artificially put barriers in front of the state tax department that none of us understand. I don't understand them. If somebody does understand them, please stand up and explain it to me. But I can't tell you what result this is going to come out with in our counties. I say we stick with the Judiciary Amendment. Mr. President, I think common sense and prudence, especially those from the gas-producing counties, urges a rejection of this amendment. Thank you, sir. Amendment to the amendment.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Wetzel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Listening to the conversation, I think a few things I want to try to clear up. If this bill passes or fails, we have nothing. If the bill passes with the amendment, the tax department will still write the rule, and we cannot get a fiscal note until the tax department writes the rule, which will be subject to the Rulemaking Review Committee to look at. The only thing that this amendment did was put a few things in there, limited what the gas-producing companies, A, could write off as expenses, and B, it limited or it took away the requirement that the tax department use their capitalization formula. It said a capitalization formula, which gives the tax department more leeway than what they had going in. And I think the amendment gives the tax department more leeway to come up with a fair value of taxation. No, we don't know what's going to happen to our counties at this point, but we don't know what's going to happen if we don't pass a bill. We know that they're still going to have to write a rule to do this. And I don't think in any way, shape, or form that we have tied the hands of the tax department to come up with a good regulation. We may have tied the hands of industry by saying you can't write these things off as an expense. And we've also given, like I said, the tax department the leeway to use a capitalization formula instead of one that was supposedly gave the appearance it was something they had to use the existing one. And I just think that we need to move forward with this one, and I hope that you will vote for the amendment. And as far as talking to people, we were in constant contact with the assessor in Wetzel County. Now, I said Wetzel County because he was sort of heading up the group of the assessors that were figuring out what was going on. So that he was in constant contact with us, so we were in contact with them. Did all the assessors like it? No. But we think it's much better than what was going to happen anyway. I urge adoption of this amendment and passage of the bill.
There's no further discussion. Senator from Harrison, Senator from Wetzel yield. Senator yields.
Senator, let me first of all say I give you full credit for bringing this bill to our attention, because we would have allowed this to go through and damaged every oil and gas producing county in the state. So I'm going to rely on you. I heard you say you're for the amendment. I just want to ask you, you don't think this in any way ties the hands of the state tax department in coming up with a constitutional formula that minimizes the negative effects on the counties when this rule is written?
It does not tie the hands of the tax department, and they actually would said that they could work with this rule without a bit of trouble.
That's all I needed, Thank you, Mr. Senator. Thank you, Mr. President.
Recognize the Senator from Marshall to close debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just very briefly, in no way would I stand up here and offer an amendment or speak in favor of an amendment or a bill or a rule or anything that would harm the counties or the people I represent. And I wouldn't. I think we're doing the opposite here. Okay? What we can do now and what we should be doing is our job. We can prevent years and years of litigation going forward. We can create an environment for investment, more drilling, job creation, likely more tax revenue for the counties, and we can fix this problem because we need to modernize our property tax laws in order to be consistent with the current technology of the drillers. They're not there, and we've just been ignoring it, and they're not there. The tax department we were involved in the entire time. And here's a question we kept asking: Is this in any way would this be worse than the committee substitute for 2581 that looked at 1 year and had some numbers plugged in and came up with about a $9 million note for the counties? And the answer is no, it wouldn't. So this limits that, okay? It started at 60 million, okay? It went down to 9 million, which someone would say that's a pretty good deal for the counties. Well, this is less than that. It's not zero, but that wouldn't be fair to be zero. It takes away potential monetary liabilities and creates certainty for both sides, tax revenue certainty and industry certainty. That's where we need to be. If we want to progress, we need certainty, and this will help be a first step in starting that process. I urge adoption of the amendment to the Judiciary Committee's striking necessary amendment.
Question for the Senate is adoption of the amendment to the amendment offered by the Senator from Marshall. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment to the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the amendment?
No, sir.
Is there further discussion on the amendment as amended? If not, the question for the Senate is adoption of the amendment offered by the Committee on Judiciary as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment as amended adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The clerk will read the bill a third time.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2581, providing for the valuation of natural resources property and an alternative method of appeal of proposed valuation of natural resources property. Third reading of the bill.
Question of the passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan? No. Thank you. The question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will say yea. Or, excuse me, all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will clear the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk calls the title amendment.
Committee on the Judiciary moved to amend the title of the bill.
The question is, Senator
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to withdraw the Judiciary Committee title amendment.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. The clerk has another title amendment.
Senators Nelson, Maroney, and Rucker moved to amend the title of the bill.
All those in favor of the title amendment will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move this bill be made effective from passage. I request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the bill be made effective from passage and requesting unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than two-thirds of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the action to the Senate to the House. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Subject to announcements, I move the Senate stand in recess for 90 minutes.
Are there announcements?
Till 4 p.m.
Are there announcements? Senior Senator from 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Finance will meet in 15 minutes after we recess in room 451M.
Are there other announcements? If not, question for the Senate is recess until 4 p.m. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. We're in recess.
At that time, for these barons to be required to remediate the disturbed properties. In the late 1890s and early 1900s, we saw the oil boom begin and drilling in West Virginia began. Again, with no provisions to remediate the affected properties. It was not until the 1970s that our state took actions to fix these problems and began a process of bonding of these industries. Unfortunately, many of those old mines and wells never were remediated and continue to be scars on our beautiful state of West Virginia. They create environmental problems today. West Virginia still holds those scars, and many of these 1860 era mines and 4,000 plus unplugged wells due to a lack of early bonding requirements. Today, we're entering a new era of energy generation, wind and solar. Both industries require property modifications. Both require new structures. Both require processes, and both have a life expectancy of 20 to 30 years. We must learn from our historical mistakes. Without bonding requirements, we face these structures becoming unwanted landmarks and unnecessary junk piles. Let us remember our history and learn from our previous mistakes. Bonding these facilities protects our landscapes, eliminates problems, and makes good environmental sense. Mr. Speaker, I support this bill, and I hope you will too. Thank you.
The gentleman, the 51st, Second Hansen, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the beginning of the session, I was not convinced that this bill was necessary, and frankly, I'm still not 100% convinced it's the highest priority. We still have issues with reclamation from our fossil fuel infrastructure, the mistakes that we're trying to learn from that the gentleman from the 10th just mentioned. And there are some things that we still need to do, like address orphan wells and make sure we have appropriate bonding for oil and gas wells. However, that's not the bill before us today. The bill before us today is related to wind and solar generation facilities. And I wanted to recognize the effort that's been made by the Chair of Energy and Judiciary and several others in the strike and insert amendment, which took a bill that in committee I wouldn't support and turned it into a bill that I think is much more reasonable and deserving of support. The main issue that I still have with this bill is the issue that the gentleman from Putnam raised about Toyota or similar facilities to Toyota that might have already invested in a solar facility or will invest in the future in a solar facility that generates electricity for their own on-site use. And the question is whether it's appropriate for a facility that generates its own solar electricity to be required to bond for decommissioning. When I think about Toyota, they have a massive facility, as I'm sure most of you know who visited the place, with parking lots and manufacturing operations, and now they've got a solar array right next door. Nothing else there is bonded. Why should that be bonded? However, hearing the answer from the chair that there is a lot of flexibility written into the bill, and the fact that there's rulemaking that should clarify some of these issues, I can support the bill. So I'm going to vote yes for this bill. I think that we in West Virginia do need to have an all-of-the-above energy strategy. We need to be fair to all types of energy. And we need to take proper precautions for all types of energy. So I'll be supporting the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there debate on the bill? If not, the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There are 96 ayes, 4 noes, and 0 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 492, establishing program for bonding to reclaim abandoned wind and solar generation facilities.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Sotelo moves to amend the title. This is HFAT Sotelo 4-10.
Question before the House is the title amendment. Those in favor of adoption of the title amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares the title amendment adopted. The title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Senate Bill 718, relating generally to coal severance tax rebate.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 10th will explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon. This bill clarifies a tax rebate granted during the 2019 regular session and amended again last year. The rebate is granted to coal companies for investment in equipment and improvements to real property. It was created to encourage economic development in the coal industry. This bill removes a 2018 date and uses a rolling average, 5-year rolling average immediately preceding an investment. This change clarifies that it's eligible. Coal production from all mines of a taxpayer must increase in the pertinent year, and to the total number of employees must also be increased. The original bill required that the rebate could not only be used on investments in new machinery and equipment. This bill will allow investment in refurbished equipment to qualify if the equipment is used directly in production of coal. Materials for property improvement are also included. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? The gentleman from the 51st, Douglas Hanson, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield to a question?
Yes, sir.
I have a question about the fiscal note. The fiscal note has a sort of an incidental $25,000 entry, but the main thing is it says the proposed changes to the current law will have no fiscal impact to the general revenue fund in 2023 and thereafter.
That's correct. The $25,000 was administrative costs in dealing with the tax bill.
What about an impact from increased severance tax or decreases in severance tax collections? How do you envision that to go?
We don't know yet because nobody's been able to check the boxes on the way that the calculation is done. Yeah, the state cannot lose revenue. It can only gain increase in severance tax, capital investment, and job creation.
You're saying they cannot lose revenue based on this bill?
No, sir.
And could you briefly explain why that's
well,
the case?
because you're doing it with futures. You're dealing in additional production. You can only go up.
In other words,
to be able to get the refund on your severance tax.
You have to mine more coal than you did in the past.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there debate on the bill? If not, the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 100 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Senate Bill 718, relating generally to coal severance tax rebate.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill take effect from passage.
The question is on the motion that the bill be made effective from passage. Those in favor of the motion will please vote aye. Those opposed will please vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 100 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 members absent. 2/3 of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Are there further bills on third reading? If not, is there objection to returning to consideration of Senate messages? Okay, if not, does the clerk have further Senate messages?
The Senate has passed with amendment and a title amendment House Bill 3301, relating generally to property tax increment financing districts.
The message will be received. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate amended the bill as follows. Changes the definition of tax increment in the case of a district that is extended beyond its original termination date so that the tax increment does not apply to any tax levies except regular and excess. Authorizes county commissions to extend the length of the existence of the district that have previously had the boundaries of that district modified. Requires municipalities to approve the extension of the existence of a district in any part of the district that is within the boundaries. Limits the extension of the existence of the district to 5 years or until 12/31/2050, whichever is earlier. Removes the provisions of the House bill providing that any amount unpaid at the end of the existence of a district are discharged and deemed satisfied, and maintains the provisions of current law requiring that a copy of the notice and project plan for a district and project be provided by the CEO of any levying body with power to levy taxes on property within the district at least 30 days prior to the Class 2 legal advertisement of the required public hearing on the project. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move we concur with the Senate amendments and title amendment.
The question before the House is the motion that the House concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment on House Bill 3301. Is there debate on the motion? If not, those in favor of the motion will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares that motion adopted. The question before the House then is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will please vote aye. Those opposed will please vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 99 ayes, 1 nay, and 0 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 3301, relating generally to property tax increment financing district.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next Senate message.
The Senate has passed with amendment and a title amendment House Bill 3304, authorizing the Division of Corrections and Rehabilitation to establish a reentry and transitional housing program.
The message will be received. Lady from the 32nd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to establish an expanded work release pilot program for inmates to serve their last 6 months in a work release setting, which will aid transition back into the community while maintaining structure, accountability, employment counseling, substance abuse, and life skills training. The Senate amendment provides purpose and legislative findings for the proposed work release program and provides definitions of related terms. The offender is eligible if they are over 18, physically and psychologically fit, directed to participate by the CMSR, and and meets any other criteria set by DOC, all subject to appropriated funding. They're ineligible for the program if they are psychological or psychiatric treatment is required, or offender refuses to participate in the financial responsibility or release preparation program. The CMSR has sole discretion to make a determination regarding candidate eligibility. Additionally, it expands work release program to no more than 5 locations statewide. CMSR develops relevant policies and procedures, and if the offender does not satisfactorily complete the program, they return to the remainder of their sentence. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move the House concur with the Senate amendment.
The question before the House is the motion that the House concur in the Senate amendments. Is there debate on the motion? If not, those in favor of the motion will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares the motion adopted. The question now before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will please vote aye. Those opposed will please vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Both gentlemen from the 10th, your votes are not registered. The clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 96 ayes, 4 nays, and 0 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 3304, authorizing the Division of Corrections and Rehabilitation to establish a reentry and transitional housing program.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th. The Senate message notes that the bill was made effective from passage.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill is effective from passage.
Just calling the wrong person. My apologies. The question before the House is the motion that the House be made effective from passage. Those in favor of the motion will please vote aye. Those opposed will please vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Gentleman 13th, your vote's not registered. Lady from the 38th. Oh. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 99 ayes, 1 nay, and 0 members absent. 2/3 of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next, Senate message.
The Senate has concurred in the House amendments with further title amendment and passed Committee Substitute Senate Bill 684, adding Curator of Division of Arts, Culture, and History as ex officio voting member to the Library Commission.
The message will be received. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate amended the title to reflect the recent restructuring of the Division of Arts and Culture to the Department of Arts, Culture, and History. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move we concur with the Senate title amendment.
The question is on the motion that the House concur in the Senate title amendment. Those in favor of the motion will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares the motion adopted. The House has concurred in the Senate title amendment. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will please vote aye. Those opposed will please vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 88 ayes, 12 noes, and 0 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 684, adding Curator of Division of Arts, Culture, and History as ex officio voting member to the Library Commission.
Are there further title amendments? If not, the title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Are there further Senate messages? If not, is there objection to returning to the order of business for the purpose of introduction of resolutions? If not, resolutions.
House Concurrent Resolution 113, extend. House Concurrent Resolution 112, requesting the Joint Committee on Government Finance study House of Representatives Bill 1814.
Resolution will be referred to the Committee on Rules.
House Concurrent Resolution 113, extending the regular session of the legislature 2021.
Lady from the 49th.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to take the resolution up for immediate consideration, dispense with the committee reference, and put upon its adoption.
The lady from the 49th asks unanimous consent that the committee reference for the resolution be dispensed with, that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration and put upon its adoption. Is there objection? There are no objections. The clerk will please report the resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 113, extending the regular session of the legislature 2021.
Question is on the adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion or is there debate on the resolution? If not, those in favor of adoption of the resolution will please say aye. Chair is advised the vote requirement on the resolution is a 2/3 vote resolution. Chair will ask again, is there debate on the resolution? If not, then the question before the House is, shall the resolution be adopted? Those in favor of adoption of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 100 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 members absent, 2/3 voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the resolution adopted. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 114, providing for an adjournment of the legislature until May 10th, 2021.
Lady of the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to take the resolution up for immediate consideration, dispense with the committee reference, and put upon its adoption.
The lady from the 49th asks unanimous consent that the committee reference for the resolution be dispensed with, that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration and put upon its adoption. Are there objections? There are no objections. The clerk will please report the resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 114, providing for an adjournment of the legislature until May 10th, 2021.
Gentleman number 36, Dougett Rowe, is recognized.
Yeah, I'm just, I'm wondering, what this would be is we would come back on May 10. Is that the plan?
Chair will. Lady 49th.
I understood that the governor brought us in one more day, but I didn't know what our plan is.
We are coming back May 10th for interim, so that will allow us to go into session if we need to override any vetoes.
Okay, thank you.
The question is on adoption of the resolution. Is there debate on the resolution? If not, then the question is, shall the resolution be adopted? Those in favor of adoption will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that resolution adopted. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Are there further resolutions? If not, lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, subject to announcements, the House recess until 4 p.m.
Questions on the motion that's subject to announcements. The House standing in recess until 4 o'clock. Are there announcements? If not, those in favor of the motion will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. Okay, the motion's adopted. We are in recess until 4 o'clock.
Senate will come to order. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to return to the fourth order of business.
Is there objection? Chair hears none.
Your Committee on Rules has had under consideration Senate Concurrent Resolution 61, requesting study on consolidating county boards of education to provide efficiencies and direct cost savings, with an amendment from the Committee on Education pending, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it be adopted as amended by the Committee on Education, to which the resolution was first referred. Respectfully submitted, Craig Blair, Chair ex officio.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the resolution be placed upon its passage.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. The question is on adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate. Are there amendments to the resolution?
Yes, sir. The Committee on Education moved to amend the resolution on page 2 and the 6th further resolved clause, line 41, by striking out the words Kanawha, Boone, Clay, and Putnam.
The question is on adoption of the resolution. All those members or all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. The amendment adopted. Question now is on adoption of the resolution as amended. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment or the resolution adopted as amended. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration Senate Concurrent Resolution 78, originating in committee, requesting the Joint Committee on Government and Finance conduct a study on the structure of West Virginia's business and occupation tax, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it be adopted, but with the further recommendation that it first be referred to the Committee on Rules. Respectfully submitted, Eric J. Tarr, Chair.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration and placed upon its passage.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. All those in favor of the resolution will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration Senate Concurrent Resolution 79, originating in committee, requesting the Joint Committee on Government and Finance conduct a study on the structure of state regulation and statutory construction related to gambling entities in West Virginia, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it be adopted, but with the further recommendation that it first be referred to the Committee on Rules. Respectfully submitted, Eric J. Tarr, Chair.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration and placed upon its passage.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. All those in favor of the resolution will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration Senate Concurrent Resolution 80, originating in committee, requesting the Joint Committee on Government and Finance study all applicable West Virginia statutes and regulations to determine the amount of money that is spent by the state of West Virginia for public broadcasting, public service announcements, public advertising, public notices, and marketing for services of the state and political subdivisions, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it be adopted, but with the further recommendation that it first be referred to the Committee on Rules. Respectfully submitted, Eric J. Tarr, Chair.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration and placed upon its passage.
The question is on adoption of the resolution. Objection's been heard. Senior Senator from 17th for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the resolution be adopted and request unanimous consent. I move that it be adopted. Taken up for immediate consideration.
Is there objection? Chair hears none.
You got to vote.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to go. All those in favor will vote aye or vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine.
You just need to take a voice vote on the motion to take it up for immediate consideration.
We're doing it this way.
Okay. I'm just saying.
Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results on this question. 23 yeas, 11 nays, 0 absent, not voting. I declare the motion approved. On the adoption of the resolution. The question is on adoption of the resolution now. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. The clerk has amendments from the House. The clerk has a message from the House.
The House amended and passed engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2022, the budget bill.
Message will be received, Senior Senator, for the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to the Senate amendments on House Bill 2022.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the Senate concur in the House amendments to the Senate amendments to House Bill 2022. Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 5th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I understand what's going on here. And having been here and been on finance for 27 years, I understand there's a process. And I understand that you want to try to get out in 60 days. But what we're going to be talking about is we had a long debate here related to the budget. And with what we're going to be talking about, we're going to be talking about two institutions of higher education that I think deserve money in their general revenue. We fought about that here. What's going to be explained to you is that we're taking it back out of general revenue and we're putting it in surplus. And they're going to try to explain to you they get their money faster, but they don't. They get the money in the same year as they would get it normally. And to be quite honest with you, that's why we have budgets and budget conferees. And we haven't done that for a few years, and I'm going to say to you, Mr. President, we need to go back to do that. Thank you.
Senior Senator from the 4th, would you please explain the budget bill?
Thank you, Mr. President. You'll find on your desks, Senators, a couple sheets here that shows the changes that happened as the House sent us back the budget, their version on it. And then you'll also see something I want to point out right off the bat before I get into the summary on it. On the very back page, it says HB 2022 surplus section. And the senior senator from the 5th was referencing the surplus section. These items actually get paid out on July 1st of this year, just so you know when you see them, if you've not been with the budget, the process for very long, or this is new to you, that things going to surplus get paid first. So also in that surplus, what I would tell you is where we are right now in the surplus is about 237 million, I believe it is, in surplus right now, and 50% of that goes over into the rainy day fund. The other 50% actually goes into surplus, and we have had surplus after surplus after surplus, more revenue than expected month after month after month. We fully expect that to increase even beyond the 237. So the surplus section total that you see here is on the general revenue is $58,701,585, well below the money we're going to have in surplus to pay out on July 1st. So there's no reason that any of those items in surplus would not get paid. Now, the rest of the budget, as far as the changes between what we had before, the Department of Revenue is projected $4,569,616,000 in general revenue collections in fiscal year 2021. The total reduction to general revenue based on the bills that have been completed legislation action in both houses is about $1,850,000. After those reductions to general revenue collections, we have $4,567,766,000 left to appropriate. The House's amendment appropriates $4,495,115, leaving $72,733,885 unappropriated. And so, Mr. President, I do believe we have the biggest question there, and Senator from 5th I want to address, had to do with the higher education funding. As you know, we had an amendment that really brought back in all but 1.5% on the, actually, let me get the exact numbers here. Where's the numbers in here on the higher ed stuff that they brought back to? The higher ed stuff comes back in on the surplus. On our side, it was actually in the budget where it was put back in that amendment. The House's, as they come back to us, actually puts that in the surplus, and it brings those appropriations back up to, for WVU, up to 100, hold on a second, let me get to it. It brings it back up to $16,600,000, and to Marshall University back to $9,700,000. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Is there discussion? Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the Senate Finance Chair
yield? The senator yields.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am just trying to figure it out. When this bill left the Senate, House Bill 2022, with the Senate amendments that we've made in it, it funded, if I understand correctly, WVU and Marshall in the front of the budget.
That is correct.
Except for the 1.5% cuts
that is correct.
Everyone was being asked to absorb. And so now the House has done it very differently. And my question is, if you know, from your conversations with the chairman of House Finance or the speaker perhaps, anybody over there, why it is that they have taken that funding out of the front of the budget and decided to put it in the surplus section?
Yeah, that's a good question, Senator. So I've worked on trying to defend the Senate's position as hard as I possibly could, and their cuts into higher ed was much heavier than ours were. And in their back part there, they were adamant on keeping that, but they were willing to come down to the position of the Senate and get to that to decrease those cuts if we held that position in surplus, and their position was that they would get the money faster, so it's still there and the position's held.
What other consequences would it have or might it have if the funding is in the surplus section as opposed to being in the front of the budget?
The main consequence is that the money comes earlier to the university. When it comes in the surplus, the only time this would be at risk is if we were not having surpluses, so that were sufficient to cover the items within surplus. Right now, and that's what I was talking about there earlier, we have, as of last month, we're into April now, for the month ending March, it was surplus was $235,431,832. 50% of that would go into the rainy day fund. So the other 50% of that, about $117 million, is actually what is in surplus. The total going out in surplus is $58 million on spending.
That's the numbers that are shown 1 through 24 on the next sheet. Is that right?
That is correct.
And so, but as I'm looking at that, are those paid in the order in which they're listed?
Yes, they are.
And so, why is it if there's a reason that the House gave you, why would they list WVU all the way down to number 23, and it looks like Marshall's at number 20? You know, below such things as tourism, brand promotion, the Milton flood wall. And I guess it looks like there's a whole bunch of other funding for other higher ed institutions in there. But WVU and Marshall are way down below all of those.
As far as the reason why they would be down there, when you're having these discussions, there's a whole lot of things back and forth between what the Senate's position is and the House's position is. And so when you're looking at things that you may have improvements for, or you're looking at things that you may have cuts to certain types of agencies here and there, in that discussion, when you go through, my main thing was to make sure we get the Senate's position to where we have as much of everything we had on the controls of spending and as much as everything we had on the improvements that we would have made to make sure that we're funding the agency would covered. And so because our surpluses were so great, to me, there's not as much concern in the order at all of this surplus section because it'll essentially all get paid.
But if I'm understanding it correctly, if we insisted on what was the Senate position, which was to fund WVU and Marshall fully, I say fully, but it's with a 1.5% reduction, in the front of the budget, we still believe that the surplus would be available to pay all these other items based on...
That's right, and there was a long discussion on trying to get this stuff back and forth to make sure that we were able to hold the position as much as possible on the number that we had.
Okay, thank you very much.
Senator from Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the Finance Chair continue to yield?
Senator yields. Senator yields.
The fact that Marshall and WVU will be funded, hopefully, with a surplus, that does not change the fact that their base budgets are cut for the year 2023. Is that correct?
Sure. The base budget in the front of the budget is cut by that much, but then they're funded ahead of what that amount is on that decrease, except for the 1.5 that we talked about.
But going forward, though, their base budget is significantly lower, even if we backfill it with surplus.
Yeah. So the way the budget comes to us, the governor sets the budget each year. And so when he goes in his bill, he'll come through, he can set that appropriation line of recommended whatever he wants relative to the revenue expected that will be coming into the state.
So there is a mechanism for which their base budget would not necessarily be cut?
Absolutely. In this following budget.
Okay. I'm not sure that's my understanding, but I don't have any.
In the following, so every time we have the budget comes in, so if you're not understanding, because this is a big deal, so I want to make sure that it's clear. I don't want you to have a misunderstanding. When the governor goes in and says, okay, here's the revenue estimate that we're going to have for this year, and relative to this revenue estimate, here's the budget that I am suggesting to the legislature in my budget bill. And then we go, and as you know, in our finance committee, we'll go through and along the process, we're all going to have hearings from the different people to see if we agree that the governor's recommended appropriation from the legislature on his budget, if we would want to do the same thing he's recommending based on some of those hearings. We also have bills that go through the entire session. And on those bills that go through the entire session, relative to his revenue estimate, it may change how much we have available to spend. So when he comes through, if he has a revenue estimate that is greatly increased from this, the budget that he gives us could be increased as well. if his revenue estimate is greatly decreased, his budget could also be decreased. But as far as the exact amount, every year when he presents a new budget, that he'll give a recommendation for any one of those lines in the budget of what that appropriation should be.
I know this might be hard to answer as a first-year finance chairman, but in the past, to say 3 years, was the following budget based on the year before in the governor's recommended budget, as far as you know?
In the past couple of years, it was held level at around the $4.5 billion level.
Okay. Is there an inclination for us to tell the governor that even though we're going to backfill this potentially with with a surplus, that we don't necessarily intend to cut the base budget of WVU and Marshall?
Senator, where I'm standing right here, that is not my intent at all to cut that base on that relative to what we have got it to this year. So, and then look at our revenue estimate. Well, if our revenue estimate is significantly larger coming in next year, there may be more, you know. So, like you, I don't discount the value of higher ed, any of our higher ed institutions. But one of the things that we were able to see, and if you remember I told you, is that this budget was very, very, very similar down to some typographical areas almost as compared to last year's budget. So in going through and looking at some of those one-time expenditures that were come over that should have not been base building were still there in a one-time expenditure. So it takes a close review of what ultimately becomes a almost $15 billion budget of about a 98-page bill going line by line trying to figure out where that stuff is at. So in the review of it, that revenue estimate changes anything that we might think as a body or as a Senate body, and of course the House is involved in that in the overall process now, which is what we're discussing. Any of that can change relative to that revenue estimate. It can change relative to the expenditures that we make relative to that revenue estimate.
Yeah. My concern obviously is over the past several years we've cut higher education significantly, and then my fear is that for the next budget year, the one we're talking about, and the year after that, it will be based on a base cut of, you know, $9,700,000 for Marshall and $16,600,000 for WVU. That's my concern. I'm just hoping somehow that that's not what happens. Thank you.
Sure.
Senate will be at ease for a moment. Senator from Cabell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Senator, will you yield for some questions?
Will the senator yield? Senator yields.
Senator, there are a lot of people that are watching us at the moment, and a lot of people are listening to us. And I think we could agree that the people in their homes understand what a budget is. And I guess you would agree with me in its most simplistic terms, our budget is the money that we're going to expect to spend July 1 of this current year through next June 30th. Is that right?
I would agree with that.
What's that?
I would agree with that.
Thank you. Now, all due respect, it seems like we've got a little bit of a shell game going, and I'm not being disrespectful to you. Maybe it's the House's fault. But are you saying that the sum of money that the governor has told us we can spend, and that's probably not exactly how you say that because I've never been on finance, whatever the estimate is, whatever the figure is, would it allow for Marshall and WVU to maintain their current standard of funding? Would there be enough money in there for that to occur in this budget?
There would, relative to his revenue estimate. The governor's revenue, sorry if you can't hear me, I get a bad echo when I hold it close to my mouth, so I kind of hold it off so I can.
Thank you.
It's like it's talking on a phone with an echo. What the governor has given us this year is a revenue estimate that was equal to the budget he gave. He spent every single penny on the revenue estimate. What we had before us is less than that, and it would have been enough. What I would caution the members, and I have defended the Senate's position when I went into this, and if you were paying close attention here lately on what happened, even with, for instance, yesterday, personal income tax. We had a big debate the other night on our budget and personal income tax in here, and negotiations were going strong. I can tell you that as we get back over there, the disposition between the Senate and House is enough that I would felt very, very good coming out, being able to get our numbers so close to where we were on how everybody ends up. And it is not predictable, should we not take this now, that we wouldn't go back to full cuts on this for not accepting the position and be here a long time and still end up with that because of the temperature of the House presently.
Well, the House's temperature is irrelevant, to me, and I've got all the time in the world. I'm going to ask you this. I mean, do you personally think we should fully fund Marshall based on what money we have available for the upcoming year?
That's a great question.
Out of the general fund.
Out of the general fund. So personally, when we had Marshall and WVU come present in finance, as a finance chairman, and we have a committee that's there with them as well, what I would expect is that when money has been appropriated to any of our bodies, Marshall, WVU, or any other body, is that a report of that, how that money is spent, comes back to us so that you can say that if we give you $1, those dollars went XYZ spots. From those, this is the first time, to my knowledge, that we've ever had actually WVU and Marshall come in and say, for the money that was appropriated to us, this is how it was spent. The problem was we didn't have a good picture, in my opinion, because you're asking me, on how this money's spent. The problem I have with going in and fully funding university, just because that's what the funding was last year, is that when we appropriate tax dollars in a legislature, I would expect that an organization, especially as highly funded as we do higher education, that an accounting of those numbers can come back to us so we can say, yes, that money was spent well, and I can see, because here's how the math adds up. As finance chairman, I did not come away with that. So I think that it would behoove us not to just give money just because it's asked, but I'm going to qualify that. The other thing is that I still think we should be investing heavily in higher education. So the 1.5% that we represented within this body as we sent over there, I think was a good accounting for agencies that came in. The rest of them said, we found efficiencies and here's how we found those efficiencies, but then they still came back and asked for the same money. We said, okay, well, show us your efficiencies. And they brought back and said, we can get rid of these numbers because we've done this. And that allowed us to reduce the budget. Within the agencies that did not, I have much less comfort in going in if you cannot justify that and saying, okay, we're going to give you the same money anyway.
So I think you're implying that there's waste or even fraud potentially in the Marshall budget, that the
problem is we don't know.
They've dissipated funds. They haven't been a good steward of our monies. Is that what you're implying, potentially?
I'm saying that we do not know. I would love it to be able to trust anybody that gets, $60 or $100 million that that's the case. But I don't know that until we actually are able to see it. So one of the things that this exercise we've had this year has had agencies who came back and gave a little bit deeper view into how money is spent. So I believe what we have done from the Senate's perspective, from what we sent over, I thought was a very good, very strong position to have going over there.
So you
and I tried and those numbers are for the most part preserved. It's just a matter of when they're paid. And in the next budget year, it can go right back to that or more, because what I expect is over, and what I also committed to the universities is I would meet with them between now and next session so that they can go over and show me the exact stuff I asked for this year.
Senator, when you just said it could go back up to that or more, that tells me that next year it may or may not go back up to what's being budgeted currently, because we've set the precedent in this budget by reducing West Virginia University and Marshall University to the tune of about $25 million, right? Out of the general revenue budget.
Only in the general revenue budget. And
Well,
that is restored
people
in
are-
surplus, and it's restored ahead of that budget.
Why cut it in the first place? How much money do we have that's unallocated at this point, or in surplus?
How much?
Unappropriated, excuse me.
Unappropriated is $72 million in this budget.
And why wouldn't we just take some of that $72 million and go fight with the House, regardless of their temperature, and advocate for Marshall and West Virginia University to maintain their present level of funding in the general budget for the upcoming fiscal year? Why wouldn't we do that tonight?
Because here's what I think you risk, Senator. I think their position would go in to be a stronger cut just because we sent it back.
Well, I tell you what, for my district, I say let's take the risk, and if it fails, then they can blame me. Let me ask you this. The more cynical members of our caucus have said this. I try not to be a cynic all the time, but that we're looking for a pot of money to fund what they call around here a bucket of money to fund the PIT next year, and that this money would be in there as a reserve to say, hey, let's take a chance on elimination of the personal income tax, and look, we've got this money to get started on. What do you say to that?
No, that's not necessary for this budget, and it wasn't really even for all that we did for PIT for the last budget, because as you would have seen when you saw that the bill when we were talking about it, that $818 million that for reducing PIT only contemplated about $56 million in cuts.
Last question. I appreciate all the work you do in finance. How about you personally, I think, would like to see this money funded to WVU and Marshall? I think you personally would. That's what I'm gleaning from our conversation, and out of the general revenue component. Would you go fight for us and try to get this for WVU and Marshall at a conference committee?
Yeah, I've fought for that already, Senator. I have fought for that already, and the way that I was able to get that from 18 and 16 to get it back where we were is by putting it right there.
My question was in the future tense. Would you go fight tonight for us?
I will fight for the Senate's position. If we go back, I'm telling you that risk is very, very high that we end up in a worse position overall in that negotiation, because they know this is the card. And their advocacy for where you're at is not as strong as ours. Their advocacy going the other way is much higher.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Would the Finance Chairman continue to yield?
Senator yields. Senator yields.
So I want to understand this, and sometimes we can lose sight when we talk about millions of dollars, so I want to try to simplify it as much as I can so I can understand it. So the unappropriated dollars, we have, you mentioned 72 million. So the governor's estimate, let's take it down to kind of a real basic number. Let's say the governor's estimate of what revenues are going to come into the state is $100, okay? And so we have a budget that we got that limit. But out of that budget, we have saved $20 of the $100, and we put that as unappropriated. Okay?
That'd be correct.
Okay, I mean, I know it's maybe not proportionally. So we've saved $20 out of the $100, and then this budget bill says then after that, any money that would come above $100, if we would earn anything above $100, it would then go and we can start looking on this list and funding what is called the surplus section.
Yeah, I want to make sure you understand, though, that's money that would go in July 1st of this year. It's not off next year's surplus. It's off this year's surplus.
Okay, but there's no guarantee that we're going to have those.
Well, we've got about, we're in April. We have the April to come in, May and June, 3 months left. Within this calendar year, we are sitting at $235 million in surplus presently, plus a little change. And we have had above revenue estimate month after month after month. And I see no reason for that not to continue.
So you suspect that within 3 months, we could fund all these that's in the surplus section?
With much left over.
And you're confident of that?
Absolutely.
Until July 1st?
Absolutely.
So how does the PIT then come into it if we get called back in special session, say next month? And the mechanism there is that anything that comes into a surplus will go into the SAFER fund, right?
Not everything, no. What happens is that once that the rainy day is capped, that money that goes over into the into rainy day fund then comes back in to the SAFER fund.
I got it, but then the surplus then would not go towards this then.
No, that's not accurate, because you still have the other 50% the governor has now that comes the unappropriated funds that's still a surplus. So right now what we do is 50% of our money as it goes in, when I say our money, 50% of the taxpayers' money that is in surplus relative to the budget that we set in this legislature. The way that mechanism had worked, and Senator, I know we're not debating the PIT bill. It died 100-0 yesterday, so it's not there. But if that were the case, should that ever be going forward, and I'm not so sure that it does after what happened yesterday, but if it did, what would happen is that we would still be putting money into rainy day A and B until that was capped at a 23% of a 7-year rolling average of the previous budgets. And so once you cap that, then that money was going in there, now comes into that SAFER fund. The other 50% still going where it was going.
And also, as far as being...
And it wouldn't matter to this, because that doesn't contemplate this surplus.
So any surplus, though, we would require a supplemental appropriation. Is that correct?
No, not with what we have right here. Let me make sure. Okay, so for the surplus that we're debating right now, the one that I have in front of you, there's not a supplemental appropriation required for that.
So what the list here, you have automatic triggers in the budget that would automatically then go and fund each of these projects?
The triggers are in the budget.
Without having supplemental appropriations by this body?
That's correct. Because we are doing that now. That's how we've appropriated it, is putting it in this surplus section.
And what happens if we don't get the full amount? Is this the ones at the bottom of the list? It's too bad?
In the very unlikely event that we would not have that, then what happens is that surplus dollar that comes in, it starts at, if you look at the top one there where it says Mount West CTC, and it says $97,340. So if we've got $1 million in surplus that's sitting there, The first 97,340 goes there, and it starts ticking down.
Okay, so no supplemental appropriation, therefore no special session.
This functions very similar to that because we've already done it as we would pass this.
Okay, the other thing is, I know in my district this is important, but is the MARC train still out? The funding for MARC train, is that gone?
The MARC train money, the cut that was there was actually the same in the budget we passed here as what the House had.
So it's gone?
It's gone.
Okay. And the other one is Jobs and Hope. That was Jim's dream at one time. Is Jim's dream no longer? Or he's not dreaming anymore? Or what happened with Jim's Jobs and Hope?
Is that the one that had the reappropriation?
Those are the programs that help people in recovery find employment and also looks at workforce participation.
Okay, so yeah, I believe the hopes and dreams that you're talking about there are still very much there. What happened is in those funds, they had about, what did you say? They had around $5 million in one and $2 million in the other in reappropriated funds. So those cuts are about $200,000 that was in those cuts. And what that means is that they've been appropriated so much money above their spending, it's almost like a surplus when we talk about reappropriated funds. And so when we go in and fund a line item that is allowed to have reappropriated funds, if they don't spend up to what they've been appropriated year after year after year, the reappropriated portion of that line grows. And so when we're going in and making an appropriation that is significantly less than what they've been spending, and that reappropriation has grown over the years, it's money that you don't have to spend in this budget because there's plenty of reappropriated funds to cover that. So when you're saying that program, we're not cutting the program, we're cutting the appropriation, but there's still plenty of money to fund those programs.
Okay, so there's enough money to cover them for the fiscal year.
That's correct.
What's in there now?
And then some.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Further question, and listening to the questions by my esteemed colleague, the senior senator from the 16th, made me think of a question. And if this is a question that reveals my ignorance as a result of never having served on a finance committee, I apologize. But as I understand it, the surplus section is not money that will be in surplus at the end of the fiscal year for the budget you were building.
No.
It's surplus for the current fiscal year.
It's surplus that we have right now for the current fiscal year.
And so it's surplus, it's how we will spend, it's how the budget bill will spend any surplus that exists after June 30th of this year.
Correct.
From the current fiscal year.
That's exactly correct.
Okay, and we're 10
We are
out of...
tracking somewhere, we will be somewhere between 230, here's where my forecast, and we talked about the other day, although I'm just a physical therapist, my job is forecasting, and it has been for a long time. And the MBA part of that is where my heart thrives. And on the forecasting right now, we're not going to be below 235 million in surplus. We'll be somewhere between 235 and 300 million.
Okay, and among everybody in the room, I think, who hopes you are correct. But there is some risk, something could happen between now and the end of the fiscal year, June 30th, that requires an enormous, allocation of resources to the state that, could deplete it.
Well, yeah, it would be unlikely for anything that you look back with the forecasting mechanisms that there exist now that I could see that happening. It is so...
It's a small risk.
Oh, yeah, it's so small.
But we could eliminate the risk altogether, could we not, if, along with this budget, we pass today, and we still can. We could do it right now. We have the money in the bank. We could pass supplemental appropriations for all this right now, couldn't we? And go ahead and send them the money. It would mean, I think, we would end with a smaller surplus.
This year.
But we could eliminate all the risk, could we not?
I don't think so. I'm going to get the answer here.
The supplementals affect this current year. This, and this is where it gets a little confusing, is this is only meant for the surplus.
We're still spending the stuff off of last year.
Yes.
Yeah. We have spent up to the ability what we have to spend on the supplementals that are coming off this previous year for that.
Previous year or current year?
Previous year. So this current year in the budget for where we are on supplementals, we have spent up to that. So if what we're spending off of is the surplus from the previous budget, this spends off the next year's surplus that's contemplated here is off this year's budget.
Did the budget, the expenditures for the fiscal year we're in, spend all the way to the revenue estimate of the governor for the current fiscal year?
Yes.
So that's the problem.
Yes.
You can't anticipate a surplus and spend it now by supplemental appropriation. It doesn't exist officially until the fiscal year closes.
That is correct.
All right. Thank you. I think I understand.
For those wishing to speak, the Senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yo, just again, this is just along the same lines, sort of. What's that? Sorry, I started early. Along the same lines. So it's all this surplus versus, front versus back of the budget type stuff. And I understand that everybody on the list, based on predictions and based on, the lack of anything bad happening, will almost certainly get funded. I get that, and that's a good thing. But I also understand that just because the base of all the institutions was lowered, or the higher ed institutions were lowered this year, that doesn't mean that's their base next year. It's certainly a baby step, in my opinion, to lowering their base. Makes it maybe easier for someone to lower their base, but it doesn't have to be. I get that part. So the question is, so if the money put in, if we keep such a list of surplus, 20, 30 items on surplus, so at the end of the year, and we have unappropriated funds, prior to paying those entities on the surplus list, half of the surplus goes to rainy day A, is that correct?
That's correct. So if you have, let's go with round numbers, so to make it easy. So if we had $300 million in surplus at the end of this fiscal year, $150 million would go to rainy day A right now. The other $150 million comes into surplus.
To fill up the surplus items, right. And based on half of the expected surplus, we should be plenty to fill those items on that list.
Way more than enough.
Yeah, okay, that's good. That's good to know. For this year, I still think it could be a baby step at a lower base, and that's concerning. But the other thing that bothers me, so the net effect here is everyone's getting paid, but rainy day A is getting a little bit more money. Because if we put them all in the front of the budget, everyone would get paid, and in rainy day we get some. But the net effect here is everyone's going to get paid, but rainy day A is going to get more money.
Sure. So, yeah, rainy day A would get all the half of the surplus,
right.
And the rest of the items that are in surplus are paid at the beginning of this next fiscal year instead of over the course of the year. That's when you say them, they get the money up front. They're getting it literally up front.
It's just, so the net effect again for me is, it's just, I'm not afraid to say publicly that I support higher education, not just Marshall and WVU, all of them. I think that a lot of those colleges, and I've gotten to conversations with a lot of the college presidents over the last 5 sessions, including this one, more so the previous 4, and it's a tough. There's so many of them in our state. It's very competitive, and they're all trying to find. They all offer some basic stuff, and they're also all trying to find their own personal little niche, and they're all developing these little niches, and they're successful. And publicly, I just would like to say I support higher education. I do think that's important, and I think that with a certain. It just bothers me a bit. I appreciate all the work everyone's done on the budget. It bothers me a bit that we're not, I think we're making a statement by having money left over, but not giving it to them right up front. I appreciate your similar concern and the concern that it could be worse, because of the House. I appreciate that, and I get that completely, but I still think it's a wrong message to send And it's just, I wanted to express that publicly, that's all. Thank you. I appreciate all the work you did.
Senior Senator from the 5th.
Would the senator yield?
Senator yield? Senator yields.
So let's go through this process a little bit in terms of, so the governor meets starting in September or October with all of his agencies, with all of the institutions to provide what they think their budget is.
Ideally.
And then the governor gives his budget usually sometime in December or January that they start putting it together. But in an election, in an election year for a governor, we give him an extra month to do that. So when we finally finished our budget, but let me go back to the committee. So the House is already, what the House had before us is what the House has had for a while on 2022 in cutting Marshall and WVU significantly on that. The budget that you proposed coming out of finance, how close was it to the cuts on WVU and Marshall as the House?
So that what came out of Senate Finance that was amended back here, we had 12 and 6. They had 18 and 10.
So it's pretty close.
So I wouldn't call that close. I wouldn't call that close at all. And then what we came back in with here went up to adopt here was up all except for 1.5% of what they had from last year.
So, and what I've always known that we as in the Senate do, totally fight for what our budget is. And what we do keep in mind, so let's look at that budget. So the governor proposed for WVU about 97 million, Marshall 46.7. Now, all we're talking about is what they need to operate in their general portion. And it's not the other items that are in their budget. This is running the institutions.
Well, that's the problem, is we didn't really see that within that budget hearing, Senator, when we're in there and we come in to ask exactly how that's
I've been here for a long time and I've seen it. Okay, so you can say that you haven't seen it, but I have. But let's go back to look at since 2012, WVU's been cut 14.89%, Marshall's been cut 11.16%, the osteopathic school's gotten an increase of 14.08%, Shepherd has gotten an additional 13.22%, West Virginia State's got an 11.35% increase, Fairmont State's 4.4% increase, Concord is 3.07%. The losers are West Liberty, Bluefield, Glenville, Marshall, and WVU, but by significantly more over this period of time has been Marshall and WVU, percentage-wise, and that's a lot bigger number. So when we start looking at the budget and we start doing this, there are some simple ways that we could do this right now. You can decrease what's in Medicaid, what's going to Medicaid, and we can put it in the general revenue of this, because we'll come back and look at Medicaid as it's going and start putting in what's needed to be in there and reduce the amount of what we have in surplus if we need to.
That is all negotiable, Senator.
Well, that's what we need for you to be going over to
Senator,
negotiating with us.
And I did go over there and fight for everything we had over here. And the net difference on that ended up being around $2 million difference from where we were. So when we come into this side of it, the way this works, there is no way at all that this money's not getting paid out on these items in surplus, because of where we are sitting in surplus right now. It's already near 100 million over that by the time you come over and you put that.
So when the governor comes back next year...
No, wait a second. Just let me finish. Right now, if you're going to take the position, it's like, okay, you can have this money spread over the next year, or I can give it all to you right now, along with the other $190 million that's coming to higher ed this year. Do you rather have it spread over the entire year, if you're a person, any individual, Somebody's going to come over and say, look, I'm going to give you this much money over the entire year. Or I will give it to you right now and you can walk away with it, every bit of it.
Well, let me
That's
tell
the way
you-
this works.
Well, let me answer that question. So if I was running an institution, I'd rather know that it's coming in my general revenue and you're not going to slash it again next year by the governor taking what our estimates of $36 million at Marshall, and that's where he starts, when it was $46 million.
Senator, just like you went back and looked historically, the governor, when he brings a revenue estimate and he brings his budget, he can go in and do the same thing you just did and say, you know what, I want to pump this value up. Because there were lines within his budget where there was slight improvements. He could come in and do an improvement on any budget in the future for us to consider.
The governor could right now come to us and say, hey, I found $25 million more, and he can send us up a letter saying that, and we spend it. It could go right to Marshall and WU. And I don't think that would be out of the realm, since he underestimated it $300 million last year.
And I did not ask him if he anticipates any kind of change in his revenue estimate, Senator.
Well, so when you fought for us, I'm trying to understand this. So when did you start meeting with the House related to their budget and our budget?
Once we had our position determined where we were going to be, is where we were. Now, I started watching their budget process a long time before that. But as far as when we had a position to go in and defend, I went to go in and defend before they started having it over there to start chopping at it.
So what is their rationale for the cuts to W and Marshall?
I can't answer for them, but I can tell you what my impression. My impression is that there is more of an emotional attachment to that than practical that we have here with regards to how we're funding. And I think that was evident from what we saw also on PIT, and I can't emphasize that strongly enough.
Well, Senator, I have pretty emotional attachment to Marshall University, which I graduated from. And I know that many people here have an emotional attachment to WU, and I can match them with emotion if we need to. I just think that in a year when we're having a surplus, in a year when the governor presented the budget, we fought on it down here to restore the budgets and even agreed to 1.5% cut when you don't even have a year when you really need a cut. And then we get the budget from the House late when we get it here, and we don't even put, when you knew and you talked to the House and you knew they weren't going to change their position, we should have come back in here and done a conference. Do you not agree with that?
Come back into conference, and I think there's probably more risk with this going into conference than there is actually the way it's handled right now.
Well, you know, even if we don't get a budget right now, which I don't really care if we do, if we're going to come back on May 10th, which I just heard from that the House put out that they're going to come back on May 10th, we can pass a budget then, because we don't have to pass a budget until June 30th. And that's what I would suggest we do. These kind of cuts are not good for our institutions of higher education. These kind of cuts have been fabricated and made up because we've decided we don't believe what they're saying. I'd like to address the bill.
Senator may proceed.
You know, I hate to say that, you know, when you've been here a long time, sometimes you haven't seen, you think you've seen everything, but this is new. We have fabricated budget shortcuts and shortfalls in terms of, well, the House cuts it this much, and I fought for our position, but you don't know how bad it is over there. Well, you know, we're an equal House. The Senate is an equal body of this. And I believe that the Senate was very clear, Mr. President, very clear that we didn't want cuts out of the general revenue budget. And I think we should be willing to fight for them. I'm willing to fight for them. I've been on more budget conferees probably than anybody here. I understand what budget conferees are. I understand what you have to go through. And I understand the dynamics and the personalities of people in the budget conferees. But in my estimation, we're at a time where we don't need, first off, the public isn't even here. We don't have anybody but watching us streaming right now. And I think it's irresponsible for us to go through, pass this budget, back over to the House, accept the cuts that we're talking about for WU and Marshall, and just say, guess what? You're going to get your money in July 1. Well, guess what? Your general revenue would be allocated over the year. And I know how they do it. They borrow against different things from lottery and different other places to be able to get the budget going. But the revenues have been strong. And I believe that when you have strong revenues, you should be supporting the institution, particularly institutions that went through a pandemic this last year and furloughed people at WU, cut people's salaries at Marshall, and did everything they could to make sure that they kept everybody employed as much as they could, and students. Then you get the CARES Act money. They got CARES Act money. I understand that. When you get CARES Act money, it was specifically had to go to students, the vast majority of it. I think that we've been in a pandemic and we're losing our vision a little bit here. Our roads are in disrepair. We've got to do more on our roads. There's revenue that's less going into our road fund. And we are needing a workforce. And everybody talks about so many people moving in. Well, right now, we need to keep the people that are going to the institutions of higher education, whether it be community and technical college or higher education. We've got to keep them in this state. And sending a message to institutions of saying, you're going to get cut 1.5%, and oh, by the way, some of you are going to get a cut a little bit more, but we're going to fill you up back in the surplus. But next year, you'll have a 1.5% cut. In Marshall and WU, though, the two largest institutions and the ones that probably produce more graduates that stay here in West Virginia, we're ready to go ahead and say, we don't care about you, and we don't care about this. Now, what the result of all these things are tuition increases. Now, we all talk about the cost of education and how tough it is, but what we do every time you cut education, particularly in higher education, you get an increase in tuition. I'm a big believer in education. I'm a big believer in higher education. And I don't think that anybody will tell you any institution's done everything right. But I do believe that this is a cattle call here to say either you're with your institutions of higher education, either you're with for making sure that we restore the general revenue, which the Senate very clearly said we need this. Over a couple of days of lying around here, we finally came up with a solution that I thought was a good solution. I don't like 1.5% cuts for institutions, but I'll accept that if you restore the general revenue, which we did. In my estimation, that's what we should be fighting for, and that's what we should be fighting for from here on. I suggest that we go to conferees, and if we can't work something out, we come back and let the governor look at this and we'll get the budget in May 10th or whenever it is. Thank you.
Senior Senator from the 15th.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. All right. A lot of noise in here today. I'm actually the guy that's been the architect of getting the budget out in the 60-day session for the last 3 years. We're attempting to do it again this year. Now, when it comes to WVU and Marshall, and that seems to be the main contention point in here, except for maybe the Mark Train, and as far as I'm from that area, and I had Secretary White in my office here earlier this year, and I asked him, we'll clear that one up first. And on the funding for that, I said, how many riders we got? And he goes, well, they're up. And I go, oh, really? He goes, yeah, we had 12, up from 5. And to be able to put over $3 million into the Mark Train when you got that many riders is a problem. And that's in my area. So it's out of the budget. Isn't that odd that the Senate president is saying to take something out of the budget for his area? When most of the time you hear people barking, I need this, I need that for my district. I gotta have it. Gotta have it. Okay, so now let's talk about WVU and Marshall, because we had 12 million and 6 million, respectively, WVU Marshall on this. The House was 18 million, and what was Marshall? I can't remember. Do I have to guess at it? 10? And you have to keep in mind their perspective on what's going on this. And they have just as much as right as what we do. So dealing with this budget is a compromise. And you can have a budget conference, and you can drag it all the way to June the 30th. But you've accomplished nothing. You've accomplished nothing at all. Here's what you do accomplish. And when I spoke with Guy and Gilbert the other day, and we were talking about bringing people in the state of West Virginia, having students, having people in our state that are having babies that grow up to go to school. I said, can you work with us? I said, I get the budget cuts too high. Both of them, the House and the Senate. And I said, what is it that you guys could go along with to help with this? And they go, well, why don't you treat us like the other agencies and other schools and do 1.5%? And I said, done. We'll get ready to do that. And we'll get ready and keep you funded. And I'll have to be honest with you. I was hoping for it to be in the general revenue budget, not in the surplus. My mind's changed a little bit on that, though, now. And there's a reason for that. If you're taking the money out of surplus, and it's going to be there, ladies and gentlemen, there's no question about that. It's going to be there. They're going to get a lump sum payment up front. That lump sum payment up front is probably more valuable to them to help offset the 1.5% cut they have. Yeah, more valuable. It's a greater asset to them, especially in times of COVID. So I had to think this through, and I said to myself, no, this is a better way of doing it. Now, if you're reducing that number in the budget, so next year you get there, and so you have a look back, everybody's worried about that. Well, the governor sets the budget. The governor doesn't have to take a photocopier and take last year's budget, that's the one we're talking about right now, and say that's what we're having the following year. I'll applaud this governor, and that is that he's maintained basically a flatline budget, if this one passes, for 3 years. That's unheard of. While we're still not decreasing the services to our people, including higher education in the state of West Virginia. So this is a better path at this point in time, because if we want to go into and reject this, which, you know, in a way, it's crossed my mind that I'd like to reject it and send it back over there to them, but it would be foolish. It would be a foolish maneuver, about like what they did yesterday. We don't need to be fools. What we need to do is be smart about how we're handling the taxpayer dollars in the state of West Virginia. And I would make the argument that we are being smart about how we're handling the taxpayers' dollars. And I would say that we're being smarter. The governor is, the Senate is, and even the House is. Households have the same discussion with a lot less commas in it on how to go about funding their households. But ultimately is that we want to pay our bills. And we want to keep our institution whole. And this is the way to what we have before us without walking out on the plank and not knowing for sure what it is when we dive off of it. We know right now that if we approve this, the WVU Marshall will be fully funded minus the 1.5%, but with the kicker of getting it up front out of the surplus. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to quit arguing about this. All of us care. And like I said, I personally had reservations about it until I got all the details and got an understanding of what's going on. And I'm going to be a yes vote on this. And let's just get the job done. We've got many more bills in front of us for everybody. And I'm not going to yield. I'm going back to the podium. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
The question pending before the Senate is shall the Senate concur in the House amendments to the Senate amendments on House Bill 2022? Is there further discussion? Senator from Greenbrier.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the Senator yield, please?
Will the Senator yield? Senator yields.
Thank you, Senator. We've been talking about some big macro issues. I'd like to change the subject for just a minute to just a couple micro issues. One, I just want to make sure we've still got that full funding in there for the Veterans Nursing Home in Southern West Virginia in Beckley.
It's yes.
Thank you. That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure. That's really important back to the folks in my area, and I know the senator from Raleigh as well, the senator from Wyoming. One other question I wanted to ask you, since we've been on the floor here for so long this afternoon, I've had a chance to catch up on my emails, and I found one that is pertinent to this discussion we're having, and I think it came to you as well. I'm not sure if you've had a chance to see it yet or not. Chuck Roberts from Public Broadcasting has sent an email about the Public Broadcasting or the Educational Broadcasting Authority amendment we had not too long ago. He's concerned that the way Educational Broadcasting Authority is funded is going to cause a problem with their federal funds match. Have you had a chance to see that? I just saw it here a little bit ago.
I have not seen that email. He may have sent it to me. I've not seen it.
Okay. Yeah, I just got it too, and I believe you're copied on it. Is that something that you'd be concerned about at this point?
Do you know if he's referencing the way it was before, or if it's with the 1.5%?
It's my understanding it's with the 1.5%.
So on the way that is set up, that money that is in there now can be moved out of where we have that is in our current expense line.
Right.
That current expense can be moved for different areas within public broadcasting in that system. So one of the things that when it was originally contemplated is that we're moving Mountain Stage into arts, culture, and history. And in the amendment, when we came back in, that's way ahead came out of finance. In the amendment, we went back, we put all that back in, and those cuts in the items where those lines were allows the funding to move back and forth between those areas. So I'm not as alarmed about a federal funding issue there. I think that because of the mobility of that money.
Okay. Yeah, so what he actually says here is if you can take the entire cut out of the current expense line item, it will not cost them any of their federal funds match. So am I understanding you correctly that that is possible to do as is?
Yeah, so right now, let me look and see the lines we got.
Okay.
So in the line that's cut there, they have the ability to move that money around within that budget for items that might be associated with the federal match, and it's up to 5% of their budget.
Okay, so they have the flexibility to do
Correct.
that. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senior Senator from the 16th.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Since the senior senator from the 15th said he wasn't going to yield, would the finance chairman yield?
Senior Senator from 4th wishes to yield. He yields.
Thank you. So, Senator, if you've answered this question, I apologize because, you know, things are muffled in here at times and it's hard to hear with all these masks. So what I have heard is that the revenue surpluses, the surpluses will be coming in. Yeah. I've heard you say that. I've heard the senior senator from the 15th, who as president, said that. There's guarantee that that's going to happen, period. Is that correct?
The actual 235 surplus is already here. It's already here.
So it's already here in the sense that we're going to have supplemental appropriations to go ahead and go down this list before we leave tonight?
Not tonight. No, what I'm saying is the surplus that this comes out of, those dollars, right now there is $235,000 in surplus presently that pays that. But it doesn't come out till July 1st. Or, excuse me, yeah, $235 million, sorry.
So my question is that since this is a guarantee and we know that this is going to happen before July 1st, okay, then why is it that you and the president couldn't call the governor and say, Governor, send us up a letter to adjust the budget revenue projections and we'll go ahead and fund them right now? All he has to do is do a simple letter. We've done it many a times. They've adjusted the projections. We're guaranteed the money's going to be there. And I think that will clear this cloud of mistrust that seems to be lingering in this chamber, right? And then all of a sudden, I think it just goes away. We feel comfortable. We can start moving forward. Why wouldn't that occur at this very moment? Why couldn't that happen?
Senator, because right now there is money to do that. That's what I'm saying. So right now, the $235 million, plus we got another 3 more months to grow that, is going to be far in excess of everything that's listed here in this surplus section. And the money comes up front. The president had a great point. When you look at the time value of money of that amount of dollars that you get on what that would cost, the time value of that money is well beyond what 1.5% was going to be over that time. So the wise thing to do is where we have it right now.
Well, I still don't understand why we cannot go ahead then and appropriate those funds into those categories through supplemental appropriations, get it through, and make this thing a done deal before midnight tonight.
We've already spent the supplemental appropriation limit from where the supplemental appropriations come from.
Okay, but you said the money's there, the $250 million.
That's a different pool of money, Senator.
Okay, and how do you get to that pool of money then?
That pool of money was off of last year's.
It's off the what?
Off of last year's.
Off of last year's?
Off last year's. Yeah,
Yeah.
so this is the surplus that this spends from is off of the money that's there now. So beyond on the budget, the prior budget year, those surpluses allowed us to go in to do supplementals off it. This is off what's coming in presently. We're not spending supplementals right now out of $235 million. The $235 million comes off of the surplus section of this budget. Then what's left, when we get in the next section, we'll be writing supplementals there.
I think we're running around in circles here in the sense that, because if the money's there, we can appropriate the dollars, then we can go ahead and do it now. If the money's projected to come in, then raise the revenues, fund it. But right now, I'll tell you what it is, Mr. Chairman, there's a mistrust. I don't think people trust it. At least I don't.
Say that again.
I think there's a mistrust that these institutions will not be held whole. I think the people are not believing it. And there would be some comfort, because Senator from Morgan mentioned this, some comfort of us going ahead and do this instead of saying it will be done or it will come in and a promise. There's been many a times promises have been made and broken in this chamber. I know that might be a shock to many people who are listening here today, but there's been many a times promises have been made but broken. And that's what they're afraid of. The promises made here, will they be broken? And if they are broken, it's going to be a devastating effect. So why can't we do that, Mr. Chairman? Let's get it done tonight. Let's make a promise a reality, Mr. Chairman.
So here's what I'm going to tell you when you're saying you're worried that it's not there. So I'm going to go back from July, and the difference in the revenue that came in, which is the surplus for that month, relative to what was forecasted, that goes in and builds this surplus that has us at $235 million. In July, there was I'm going to give you round numbers, $45 million surplus. In August, about a $36 million surplus. In September, a $10 million surplus. In October, a $21 million surplus. In November, a $20 million surplus. In December, there was a $4.5 million net loss from that relative to the revenue estimate. In January, a $47 million surplus. In February, a $34 million surplus. In March, a $27 million surplus. Those are in the range of 99% of the estimate up to 112% of the estimate. That kind of forecasting, there is no way that that surplus is not in there in 3 months to pay out everything that's in this surplus section with money left over.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the previous question.
Question is on the previous question. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Previous question's been moved. The question before the Senate is the Senate concurring the House amendments to the Senate amendments to the House Bill 2022. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The question now is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the sheet. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine to ascertain the results. On this question, 23 yeas, 11 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
I request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Yes. Senior Senator from the 17th moves the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there an objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 23 yeas, 11 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than two-thirds of those of the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House. Bills on third reading.
Engrossed House Bill 2776, creating the Air Ambulance Patient Protection Act. The bill was advanced to third reading with the right to amend.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on the Judiciary moved to amend the bill by striking out everything after the enacting clause.
Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 2776 creates the Air Ambulance Patient Protection Act. It does this by enacting a single new section of code. It goes in Chapter 33.
Senator from Morgan requests unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee amendment is a strike and insert amendment for the bill, which amends the Code of West Virginia by adding a single new act, a single new section. It goes in Chapter 33, Article 11B, Section 1, and it provides that air ambulance membership products are treated as insurance. The Act has 5 subsections in it, A through E. Subsection A says that an air service provider or affiliated entity which solicits air ambulance membership subscriptions or accepts them or charges membership fees is deemed to be engaged in the business of insurance to the extent that it contracts for, promises, guarantees, or in any other way pretends to pay, reimburse, or indemnify co-payments, deductibles, or other cost-sharing amounts of the patient relating to the air ambulance transport. Subsection B says that it's insurance and may be considered as secondary insurance coverage. Subsection C provides that to the extent the activity is insurance, as described in subsection A, then it may not be solicited or sold, those subscriptions, except when there's a license, an insurance license issued by the commissioner. Reference to the commissioner here is the commissioner of insurance. Subsection D allows the commissioner to promulgate rules governing the regulation of the activity. And subsection E is just a severability section. So, Mr. President, I'll be happy to try to answer questions. I urge adoption of the committee strike and insert amendment.
Is there discussion? If not, question for the Senate is the adoption of the amendment offered by the Committee on the Judiciary. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The clerk will read the bill a third time.
Engrossed House Bill 2776, creating the Air Ambulance Patient Protection Act. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The strike and insert amendment just explained is the bill. I urge its passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is shall the bill pass? All those who will vote in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare them. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 27 yeas, 7 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. Clerk has the title amendment.
Committee on the Judiciary move to amend the title of the bill.
The question is on adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 3106 to change the hearing requirement for misdemeanors to 10 days. The bill is advanced to third reading with the right to amend.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on the Judiciary moved to amend the bill by striking out everything after the enacting clause.
Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the Judiciary Committee amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Judiciary Committee amendment is a strike and insert amendment for the entire bill, but the entire bill is amendments to a single section of the state code, and that's the same in the original bill and in the Judiciary Committee amendment. The Judiciary Committee amendment makes it clear that we insert language relating to a misdemeanor, this was part of the bail bill we passed last year, and in an effort to get some quick activity in magistrate court that could help with the counties in their regional jail costs, what we provided last year in the law was that if a magistrate incarcerated somebody who couldn't make bail, they had to hold a hearing within 72 hours. And what we've heard and learned from magistrates and prosecutors throughout the state is that that is not workable. So it's being changed. Now, the short title says 10 days, and that's the way it came from the House. That's not the way it is now in the committee amendment. The committee amendment is 5 days. A magistrate would have to hold a hearing within 5 days. In the bill we passed last year, in current law, it required that it be the same magistrate who incarcerated the defendant. We changed that this year, so any magistrate who's on duty and available for such a hearing can hold the hearing within the county. It doesn't have to be the magistrate who presided at the initial appearance. Mr. President, I'd be happy to try to answer questions. I urge the adoption of the committee strike and insert amendment.
Is there discussion? If not, question for the Senate is adoption of the amendment offered by the Committee on Judiciary. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Clerk will read the bill a third time.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 3106 to change the hearing requirement for misdemeanors to 10 days. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The bill is the committee strike and insert amendment. I just explained it's 5 days, not 10. I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? The clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk has the title amendment.
Committee on the Judiciary moved to amend the title of the bill.
Question is on adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2747, transferring the parole board to the Office of Administrative Hearings. The bill is advanced to third reading with the right to amend.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on the Judiciary moved to amend the bill by striking out everything after the enacting clause.
Senator from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent to explain the committee amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Judiciary Committee amendment is a strike and insert amendment. The changes are largely technical and stylistic, but it is a strike and insert amendment for the bill, which amends sections of the code in Chapter 15A and Article 9, that's the Office of Administrative Hearings, and in Article 12 of Chapter 62, which relates to probation and parole. The changes in Section 1 of Chapter 15A, Article 9, it refers to the chief hearing examiner. There are some deletions as to the duties of the chief hearing examiner, and those are struck through on page 1 of the strike and insert amendment. There are changes that are made to some of the appointments of the board, and so it relates to members of the board. They are going to be required now to have at least an undergraduate degree from an accredited college. And there's a proviso added that says at least 3 members initially appointed after July 1, 2021 shall have 5 or more years of experience in the fields of mental health, social work, or inmate reentry services. The strike and insert amendment makes clear that substitute board members will serve at the will and the pleasure of the governor. And there's a new subsection in subsection H that provides that members of the parole board are not subject to the provisions of 6(9)A of the code, and hearings before the parole board shall be open to the public. Mr. President, I'll be happy to answer any questions about the strike and insert amendment. I urge its adoption.
Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is adoption of the amendment offered by the Committee on the Judiciary. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The clerk will read the bill a third time.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2747, transferring the parole board to the Office of Administrative Hearings. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. President. The bill is, as I've explained, the strike and insert amendment. That now becomes the bill. Be happy to try to answer any questions about it. I urge its passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed vote nay. Clerk will prepare the machine. James. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. Clerk has the title amendment.
Committee on the Judiciary moved to amend the title of the bill.
Question is on adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Wait a minute. Clerk has a message from the House.
The House amended and passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 334, establishing license application, Senate Bill 344. Relating to eliminating the termination date of the tax credit for qualified rehabilitated buildings investment.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 344.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 344. Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The primary purpose of this bill is to eliminate the sunset date of the historic buildings tax credit for both personal income and corporate net income. The Senate version also eliminated the maximum allowable amount of the credit. The House amended that out, but did extend the tax credit. I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? Senior Senator from the 5th. Will the Senator yield?
So basically, Senator, what we've done is we've just extended the date. The caps and all the things are back to the way they were before.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Further discussion? If not, question before the Senate is the Senate concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 344. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The question now is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective July 1, 2021. Request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective July 1, 2021, and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, and not voting. More than two-thirds of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill effective July 1, 2021. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House amended and passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 368, authorizing DEP to develop reclamation of abandoned and dilapidated properties program.
Message be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 368.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 368. Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 368 now contains provisions of Senate Bill 436. Both of these bills pertain to abandoned and dilapidated property and solid waste management. They were combined by the House of Delegates into Senate Bill 368 due to the potential of a code conflict. The purpose of this bill is to establish and implement a program named the Reclamation of Abandoned and Dilapidated Properties Program to promote economic development by allowing for reclamation of abandoned and dilapidated structures in the state in order to improve communities and expand economic opportunities. The bill would also shift solid waste assessment funds incrementally from the next 5 years. As the bill left the Senate, these funds would be shifted on a per capita basis to county or regional solid waste authorities. The House modified the allocation of funds to provide that 25% would be equally distributed between each county or regional solid waste authority, and 75% would be allocated on a per capita basis. The House also reallocated the horizontal waste fee to be spent on the public roads in the Division of Highways district where the waste is generated, not where the waste is deposited. Industry representatives have been consulted. They have no issue with the changes adopted by the House of Delegates. I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 368. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The question now is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare in the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective July 1, 2021. Request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the bill be made effective from passage. Effective from July the 1st, 2021. Request unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than two-thirds of those elected to the Senate having voted on the affirmative, I declare the bill effective July the 1st, 2021. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House amended and passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 470, limiting release of certain personal information maintained by state agencies.
Must be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate amend the House amendment to Senate Bill 470.
Senior Senator for the 17th moves that the Senate amend the House amendments to Senate Bill 470. Does the clerk have an amendment?
Yes, sir. Senator Takubo moved to amend the House amendment on page 2, section 24.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The purpose of this bill is to prohibit the disclosure of a home address or unpublished home or personal telephone number of a judicial officer, prosecutor, or law enforcement officer. The House amendment limits this prohibition to making such information publicly available, which is inconsistent with the overall purpose of the bill. The proposed amendment to the amendment strikes out the word publicly where it was added. The amendment also corrects an incorrect citation. Lastly, the House amendment extends the protections in the bill to public defenders, assistant public defenders, and panel attorneys. The proposed amendment to the amendment retains the extension of protection but applies it to all federal, state public defenders and assistant public defenders. I urge passage.
Is there discussion? Senator from Cabell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just want to speak briefly. This is a really important bill. I had a lot of help from the senator from Ohio as we drafted this. This is also federal court judge Tom Klee had a lot of input into it. We'll remember him from his days on Senate Judiciary. And this will protect our prosecutors, our public defenders, our magistrates, our judges, to hopefully take a step toward avoiding that horrible massacre in New Jersey where a judge had sentenced a man to prison, and it was so easy to find her home that he came there to kill her and killed her son. So it's a very important bill. They call it Daniel's Law, and I appreciate the effort everyone has made. I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question is on adoption of the amendment to the House amendment to Senate Bill 470. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate amendment to the House amendment, Senate Bill 470.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 470 as amended. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is the Senate concur in the House amendment to Senate Bill 470 as amended. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The question now is on the passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member... Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House amended and passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 478, permitting use of established federal marketplace programs to purchase supplies.
Message will be received, Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendment to Senate Bill 478.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 478. Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 478 permits the West Virginia Military Authority to utilize federal programs like the United States General Services Administration to take advantage of corporate contracts for competitive pricing, speed, and more efficient mechanisms to purchase necessary supplies. The House amendment merely adds a proviso that clarifies that the state auditor has the authority to audit such purchases. I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 478. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The question now is passes the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, and not voting. More than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House amended and passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 562 relating to juvenile competency proceedings.
Switch me. Senior Senator from the 17th.
I'm sorry. Do you have that? Okay.
Message will be received, Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate amend the House amendment to Senate Bill 562.
The Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the Senate amend the House amendments to Senate Bill 562. Does the clerk have an amendment?
Yes, sir. Senator Takubo moved to amend the House of Delegates amendment to Senate Bill 562.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate amendments are simply cleanup, which is agreed to between the two houses. There are 2 typos that are fixed and 2 incorrect references to competence to stand trial, which are changed to competence to proceed. I urge passage.
Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is adoption of the amendment to the House amendments to the Senate Bill 562. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Senior the clerk will communicate the actions. Nope, excuse me. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendment as amended.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 562 as amended. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 562 as amended. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The question now is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk. The clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Got it.
The House amended and adopted Senate Joint Resolution 4, Incorporation of Churches or Religious Denominations Amendment.
Message will be received, Senator, from the 17th.
Is that what this is?
We're refusal. Now, here, the scripture.
Okay.
The scripture, right.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate refuse to concur in the House amendments to Senate Joint Resolution 4 and request the House to recede therefrom.
Senate will come to order. Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the Senate refuse to concur in the House amendments to Senate Joint Resolution 4 and request the House to recede therefrom. Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House amendment changes language in the current Constitution that may be confusing and sets the date for a special election to be held on July 24, 2021, which has proven to require a difficult timeline to satisfy those requirements. Refusing the House amendment will restore the date of the resolution going on the ballot to the normal scheduled 2022 general election. I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is the Senate refuse to concur in the House amendments to Senate Joint Resolution 4 and request the House to recede therefrom. All those in favor say aye. Those. What purpose does the gentleman from Wyoming seek?
Did I hear you say that the election would be July of 2020?
The initial SGR 4 would have had a special election in July 24th. This now just changes it to the next general election.
Or the next general election?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House refused to concur and requested the Senate to recede as it relates to committee substitute for House Bill 2760 relating to economic development incentive tax credits.
The message will be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate recede from its amendment to House Bill 2760.
Senior Senator from the 17th, repeat your motion for me, please. Repeat your motion for me.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate recede from its amendment to House Bill 2760.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that we recede from our amendment, our amendment to House Bill 2760. Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The purpose of House Bill 2760 is to modify the Economic Development Tax Credit to make it applicable to more businesses and encourage greater economic growth. The bill also expands the type of businesses that would qualify as a high technologically manufacturing business. The Senate amended into this bill the provisions of Senate Bill 344. That bill pertains to modification of the sunset date of the historic building tax credit. Senate Bill number 344 is now on the calendar of the House of Delegates and is poised to pass, thereby making this amendment unnecessary. I urge passage.
All those in favor of the motion by the Senior Senator from the 17th will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is approved. Question now is passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House refused to concur and requests the Senate to recede as it relates to committee substitute for House Bill 2962 relating generally to dental practice.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate recede from its amendment.
All those in favor, aye. Say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion passed. Question now before the Senate. Is the Senate concurring? Question before the Senate is passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, and not voting. More than a majority of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House. You got bills on third reading.
Engrossed House Bill 2500 to create an act for statewide uniformity for auxiliary container regulations. The bill is advanced to third reading with the right to amend.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on Government Organization moved to amend the bill by striking out everything after the enacting clause.
Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The strike and insert amendment is very similar to Senate Bill 303, which passed out of this body with amendment. HB 2500 has been amended to such that it's closer to Senate Bill 303 as it was introduced, except for the one key difference that in Senate Bill 303, any local already enacted ordinance would be declared void. The strike and insert amendment of HB 2500 has no retroactive qualities and would not affect any ordinance enacted by any political subdivision of the state prior to its effective date. To refresh the strike and insert for HB 2500, it precludes counties and municipalities from enacting ordinances or other regulations in labor and employment law and sale or marketing of consumer products which are contrary to state law. Under this bill, political subdivisions could not regulate information, including on employment application, enforce a minimum wage higher than applicable state or federal law, require employees to pay a prevailing wage, regulate work stoppage, strike, or organization activities, require employers to provide paid or unpaid leave time, require apprenticeship programs that are not required by applicable state or federal law, regulate work hours or scheduling, regulate sale or marketing of consumer merchandise, or regulate licensed or certified professions. This bill would also allow individuals injured by such ordinances to obtain injunctive relief, but does not apply to local zoning laws or time, place, and manner of operation requirements in accordance with state law, or to city solid waste or recycling programs or littering ordinances. Happy to answer questions, otherwise I urge adoption.
Clerk has an amendment to the amendment.
Senator Takubo moved to amend the Government Organization Committee amendment.
What purpose does the junior senator from the 8th seek recognition?
Point of order, sir.
State your point.
The amendment from Government Org is not germane to the original bill. Can I explain it?
Would you restate that again for me? Because I couldn't hear it. A little slower, too. The voice was crackling up on me.
Yes, Mr. President, I apologize. Is the Government Org amendment germane to the bill? The original bill is from Section 16. The amendment is Section 8B. The subject matter is not the same as the original bill. It had to deal with containers and litter, and the amendment has to do with wages, leave.
You want a ruling from the chair.
And I like a ruling from the chair, Mr. President.
One moment, please.
Chairman or the
I don't know who's got the music turned on, but they better turn it off now. Thank you, Senior Senator from the 16th. Junior Senator from the 8th, your point is well taken. And the ruling is that the gentleman from the Senior Senator from the 6th Amendment is non-germane to the bill. You're welcome. Are there other amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The clerk will read the bill a third time.
Engrossed House Bill 2500 to create an act for statewide uniformity for auxiliary container regulations. Third reading of the bill.
The question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, basically, the bill, HB 2500, its original form, regulates the sale or marketing of consumer merchandise. I'll take questions. Otherwise, I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk shall close the machine. And on this question, 23 yeas, 11 nays, 0 abstentions.
Good evening. It's time for tonight's live drawing of the West Virginia Lottery's Daily 3 and Daily 4 winning numbers. Good evening, I'm Phil Washington, and we start with our Daily 3. Those numbers are 919. Again, those numbers are 919, and if you've matched those numbers exact or in any order, congratulations, you're a winner. Now on to our Daily 4. Those winning numbers are 0586. Again, those winning numbers, 0586. Congratulations to Anthony, who won $1,000 in the Bonanza game and bought that winning ticket at One Stop in Ashford. Tonight's Powerball is an estimated $55 million, and you have until 9:59 to buy that winning ticket. Proceeds from the lottery go to benefit seniors, education, and tourism. Good night, good luck, and please play responsibly. And let's... Good evening. It's time for tonight's live drawing of the West winning numbers. In my life. Good evening, I'm Phil Washington. We start with our Daily 3. Those numbers are 186. Again, those numbers are 186, and if you match those numbers exact or in any order, congratulations, you may be a winner. Now on to our Daily 4. Those winning numbers are 9989. Again, those winning numbers, 9989. Congratulations to Anthony, who won $1,000 in the Bonanza game and bought that winning ticket at One Stop in Ashford. Tonight's Powerball is an estimated $55 million, and you have until 9:59 to buy that winning ticket. Proceeds from the lottery go to benefit seniors, education, and tourism. Good night, good luck, and please play responsibly. Good evening. It's time for tonight's live drawing of the West Virginia Lottery's Daily 3 and Daily 4 winning numbers. Good evening, I'm Phil Washington, and we start with our Daily 3. Those numbers are 856. Again, those numbers are 856, and if you've matched those numbers exact or in any order, congratulations, you may be a winner. Now on to our daily 4. Those winning numbers are 0137. Again, those winning numbers 0137. Congratulations to Anthony, who won $1,000 in the Bonanza game and bought that winning ticket at One Stop in Ashford. Tonight's Powerball is an estimated $55 million, and you have until 9:59 to buy that winning ticket. Proceeds from the lottery go to benefit seniors, education, and tourism. Good night, good luck, and please play responsibly.